Καλημέρα. Καλώς ήρθατε στο 13ο Διεθνές Συμπόσιο Θεσσαλονίκης. Μια πλατφόρμα διαλόγου, θέσεων και αντιθέσεων, οπτικών, προβληματισμού και σκέψης για σύγχρονα ζητήματα που αφορούν άμεσα ή έμεσα την καθημερινότητά μας. Το Διεθνές Συμπόσιο Θεσσαλονίκης ξεκίνησε το 2012 και είναι μια πρωτοβουλία της πολιτιστικής εταιρείας και του δικτύου Ναβαρίνου και έχει τα τελευταία χρόνια και την πολύ σημαντική υποστήριξη του Ιδρύματος Κόνραντ Αντενάουερ. Καλώ στο βήμα τον πρόεδρο της πολιτιστικής εταιρείας, τον κύριο Σταύρο Ανδρεάδη, για ένα σύντομο χαιρετισμό.
Καλημέρα σας, αγαπητές φίλες και φίλοι, κυρίες και κύριοι. Σας καλωσορίζουμε σε το 13ο Συμπόσιο Θεσσαλονίκης. Όπως είπε προηγούμενα και η Βίκη, το συμπόσιο αυτό ξεκίνησε σαν μια εκδήλωση στα πλαίσια του εορτασμού των 100 χρόνων από την απελευθέρωση της πόλης, αλλά στη συνέχεια ακολούθησε μια περίεργη, θα έλεγα, αυτόνομη πορεία. Αγαπήθηκε από την πόλη. Η κεντρική του ιδέα ήταν να φέρνει πάντα εδώ, μια φορά το χρόνο, προβληματισμούς για θέματα που δεν αφορούν άμεσα τη ζωή μας και ίσως δεν τα αντιλαμβανόμαστε τόσο καλά, επηρεάζουν όμως πάρα πολύ τα όσα θα συμβούν και οφείλουμε να έχουμε ανοιχτά τα μάτια μας και να τα ξέρουμε. Είναι πολύ συχνό, νομίζω, αγαπητοί φίλοι, και σε προσωπικό επίπεδο, αλλά και σαν κοινωνίες, όταν είμαστε απέναντι από προβλήματα τα οποία δεν τα καταλαβαίνουμε ή και τα φοβόμαστε ίσως, να κάνουμε την πρώτη αισθηκτώδη αντίδραση να τα αγνοούμε, να τα κρύβουμε κάτω από το χαλί, να κάνουμε ότι δεν υπάρχουν. Και όταν τα προβλήματα αυτά μεγαλώνουν και κάποια στιγμή έρχονται έξω από την πόρτα μας, πάλι η συνηθισμένη αντίδραση είναι να ψάχνουμε να βρούμε τα αίτια και τους ένοχους μακριά από μας, στους ξένους. Αυτό γεννάει την ξενοφοβία. Και η ξενοφοβία φέρνει την εσωστρέφεια και η εσωστρέφεια φέρνει τον εθνικισμό και φέρνει τις ακροδεξιές τάσεις. Δεν θα έλεγα το φασισμό, γιατί ο φασισμός είναι κάτι άλλο. Τις ακροδεξιές τάσεις που τις βλέπουμε να αναδύονται στην Ευρώπη σχεδόν παντού. Σε πολλές, μάλιστα, περιπτώσεις, να φτάνουν να είναι και στα όρια της εξουσίας. Κατανοώντας, λοιπόν, την αταξία, θα έλεγα ο τίτλος αυτός ίσως θα έπρεπε να είναι καλύτερα προσπαθώντας να κατανοήσουμε την αταξία, γιατί δεν είναι καθόλου βέβαιο ότι αυτό μπορούμε να το κάνουμε. Αυτό το συνέδριο χρειάστηκε για να γίνει, να δουλέψει μια μεγάλη ομάδα σχεδόν ένα χρόνο ολόκληρο για να ορίσει το θέμα, τη θεματολογία του και συνέχεια να βρει τους κατάλληλους ανθρώπους που μπορούν να μιλήσουν ανοιχτά, εκφράζοντας διαφορετικές απόψεις που θα τις ακούσετε, πάνω σε θέματα που αξίζει πραγματικά να τα μάθουμε καλύτερα. Θα έλεγα ότι είναι μια πολύ καλή ευκαιρία, εστιάζοντας σε δύο ζητήματα τα οποία επιλέξαμε, γιατί τα θέματα είναι πολλά. Πρώτον, στο απίστευτο αυτό του τι σημαίνει η Ευρώπη των ονείρων μας σήμερα. Τι είναι αυτή η Ευρώπη που είχαν φανταστεί οι γονείς μας, που είχαμε φανταστεί εμείς και που βρίσκεται σήμερα σε ένα κόσμο που τρίζει στη θέμελα. Και δεύτερον, άμεσα δίπλα μας, τι είναι αυτό που συμβαίνει με την Τουρκία, που τη βλέπουμε να είναι κάτι εντελώς διαφορετικό από αυτό που επίσης για πολλές δεκαετίες ξέραμε και τι επιπτώσεις μπορεί να έχει αυτό γενικότερα στην περιοχή και φυσικά σε εμάς. Ίσως να μην είναι ευχάριστα όλα αυτά τα οποία θα ακούσουμε, αλλά είναι βέβαιο ότι είναι πάρα πολύ χρήσιμα. Θέλω να ευχαριστήσω το δίκτυο Ναβαρίνου και τον εξαιρετικό Δημήτρη Κερίδη που είναι πίσω από όλη αυτή την προσπάθεια την Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, που είναι επίσης κοντά μας, τη Βίκη την Παπαδημητρίου, τη Γενική Διευθύντρια της Πολιτιστικής Εταιρείας και μια μεγάλη ομάδα ανθρώπων που δούλεψαν ώστε μέσα στις επόμενες 4 ώρες, που θα είναι πολύ πυκνές, να παρακολουθήσουμε πράγματα που νομίζω ότι μας αφορούν όλους άμεσα. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ για την παρουσία σας.
Είναι πολύχρονη και σημαντική η συνεργασία με το Ίδρυμα Konrad Adenauer και παρακαλώ τον Marian Wendt, Head of International Office Ελλάδας και Κύπρου, Ελλάδας και Κύπρου, να απευθύνει ένα χαιρετισμό.
Γεια σας και καλημέρα. I'm very happy and proud to be once again here in Thessaloniki on the, meanwhile, 13th International Thessaloniki Symposium. And I'm happy to welcome you all here. A special welcome also to the Honorable Member of the European Parliament, Lena Düpont, to the Honorable Members of the Hellenic Parliament, to the President of Cultural Society, and of course, dear Dimitris, you made all these network and all these efforts to come together, that we come together here for this symposium. I thank you very, very much for this long-standing relationship and cooperation, not just here in Thessaloniki, also during summer, we do a lot of together in our summer school and over the year. So once again, thank you for coming here to Thessaloniki. For us as Konrad Adenauer Foundation, it is important, and I maybe said this last year or the year before again, that people come together and talk about politics, talk about their situation, not just because to come together to talk, because we are affected. Everyone in his daily life is affected by international politics, by foreign policy, by things happening maybe far away. When something happened in the Indian Ocean, when Houthi rebels attacking Greek cargo ships, when there's a war in Ukraine and you are affected by energy reduction. So everyone in our world we're so connected that everyone is affected, even if he lives in the farmost village in the Greek mountain. And that's why we support the idea every year that people here in Thessaloniki come together, talk on international topics, and the topic which we are talking this year is of a very much attendance and very much needed to talk, because where are we? Who do we want to go? Where does Europe is heading? I was born in 1985 in the former East, in Germany, and the wall came down in 1990. And even in 1990, as the wall came down in Berlin, Europe was on a crossroad. Where do we go? Europe and most of the former Eastern countries decided to move together with the European Union, to work together. And then everyone thought in 2004, after most of these countries have joined the European Union, it's fine, we're living in peace, no worries anymore, something like this. But then the invasion of Russia in Ukraine in 2014 and much more invasion in 2022 happened. And now we are again on a crossroad. What do we do? Where do we head? What are our values? So we appreciate all your efforts and all of the speakers coming today to talk exactly about this point, where is Europe heading today, under the shape of all the influences and conflicts we have, not just here in the region, but also around us. So once again, thank you for coming, thank you for the debate, and I'm looking forward to a fruitful event here in Thessaloniki once again.
Η συνεργασία της πολιτιστικής εταιρείας με το δίκτυο Ναβαρίνο προϋπάρχει του συμποσίου, αλλά μετουσιώθηκε σε αυτό. Παρακαλώ τον καθηγητή, κύριο Δημήτρη Κερίδη, και ιδρυτή του δικτύου Ναβαρίνο, για έναν χαιρετισμό.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ, Βίκη. Για μένα είναι πάντοτε πολύ μεγάλη χαρά να επανέρχομαι στην πόλη που μεγάλωσα, στην αγαπημένη μας Θεσσαλονίκη, με αφορμή αυτό το συμπόσιο που έχει γίνει ένας θεσμός πια για την τοπική κοινωνία, με ευρύτερη εθνική και διεθνή εμβέλεια. Ένα πραγματικό παράθυρο στον κόσμο όπως το σχεδιάσαμε, τον ονειρευτήκαμε τότε, το πάλε ποτέ 2012, την παραμονή της επετείου της 100ετηρίδας της απελευθέρωσης της πόλης, με τον αείμνηστο δήμαρχο Θεσσαλονίκης Γιάννη Μπουτάρη και την ομάδα του. Και βέβαια πάντοτε από πίσω με τον Σταύρο Ανδρεάδη, τον εμπνευσμένο πραγματικά και πολύ πετυχημένο επιχειρηματία της πόλης, ο οποίος ηγείται εδώ και χρόνια της πολιτιστικής εταιρείας που ξεκίνησε και αυτή πριν από πολλές δεκαετίες, μέλη της οποίας βρίσκονται εδώ προβεβλημένα πολλά μέλη εδώ στο Olympion σήμερα το πρωί. Φέτος έχουμε ρεκόρ εγγραφών, κοντά στις πάνω από 800. Η Θεσσαλονίκη είναι λίγο μαχμουρλίδικη και ξυπνάει σιγά σιγά, αλλά μέχρι τις 3 η ώρα νομίζω ότι θα καταφέρουμε να γεμίσουμε την κεντρική αίθουσα του Olympion, που είναι και το μεγάλο στοίχημα. Είναι και η αγορά σήμερα, γιατί στην Ελλάδα βέβαια το Black Friday δεν είναι μόνο Friday, είναι και Saturday, είναι και Sunday, είναι και Week. Είναι και οι εκλογές στο Δικηγορικό Σύλλογο σήμερα, που πηγαίνουν φέρνουν πολλούς δικηγόρους και φίλους δικούς μου εδώ και βέβαια στην Αθήνα με αγωνία. Λοιπόν, εγώ θα ήθελα να ευχαριστήσω όλους εσάς που είσαστε συνεπείς σε αυτό το ετήσιο πραγματικά σημαντικό ραντεβού, να κρατήσουμε ζωντανό αυτόν τον θεσμό για 13η χρονιά. Να ευχαριστήσω ιδιαίτερα τους ομιλητές μας που ήρθαν από μακριά. Κάποιοι πέρασαν τον Ατλαντικό, αλλά είναι φρέσκοι από την Ουάσιγκτον, ήρθαν από το Ισραήλ, την Ιερουσαλήμ, από την αγαπημένη Κωνσταντινούπολη, από τη Φλωρεντία και το Ευρωπαϊκό Πανεπιστημιακό Ινστιτούτο, το Βερολίνο, τις Βρυξέλλες, από όλη την Ευρώπη, για να συζητήσουμε και για την Ευρώπη, που πάει η Ευρώπη μας, αλλά και για την Τουρκία, που είναι και η πρώτη προτεραιότητα της ελληνικής εξωτερικής πολιτικής. Στο πλαίσιο αυτό θα ξεκινήσουμε με ένα βιντεοσκοπημένο μήνυμα ενός πολύ σημαντικού Ευρωπαίου πολιτικού, του Άντριου Σκουμπίλιους, ο οποίος είναι ο πρώτος Επίτροπος Άμυνας της Ευρωπαϊκής Επιτροπής. Είναι μια καινούργια θέση που ξεκίνησε πριν από 1,5 χρόνο στη νέα Επιτροπή που ορκίστηκε. Πρώην Πρωθυπουργός της Λιθουανίας, ο οποίος δεν μπόρεσε να είναι κοντά μας, αλλά ωστόσο μας στέλνει αυτό το πολύ σημαντικό και για αυτά που λέει βιντεοσκοπημένο μήνυμα, το οποίο είναι και μια εισαγωγή σε αυτά που θα ακολουθήσουν, με ενορχιστρωτή βεβαίως τον Παύλο, τον πολύ γνωστό, πολύ αγαπητό Παύλο Τσίμα, που ήρθε από την Αθήνα για να συντονίσει τα δύο πάνελ, και να κλείσουμε στο τέλος με μια εμβληματική προσωπικότητα της πόλης, έναν ογκόλιθο της πολιτικής και τώρα πια και της μεταπολιτικής, τον Βαγγέλη Βενιζέλο, ο οποίος έχει κάνει πράξη αυτό που όλοι σκεφτόμαστε, ότι υπάρχει ζωή και μετά την πολιτική, Δημήτρη, Σταύρο και λοιποί συνάδελφοι του Ελληνικού Κοινοβουλίου. Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για την αγάπη σας και την υποστήριξή σας. Είμαστε εδώ, έχουμε και καφέ μετά έξω και όλα τα καλούδια, χάρη στην Βίκη και τον οικοδεσπότη μας, την πολιτιστική. Να είστε πολύ καλά και να ευχαριστηθείτε. Είναι ένα καταπληκτικό πάνελ και τα δύο πάνελ. Η σύνθεση είναι καταπληκτική φέτος. Εγώ είχα την ευκαιρία χθες να τους ακούσω στο δείπνο που κάναμε και να ξαναθυμηθώ το γιατί τους προσκαλέσαμε, γιατί κάθε ομιλητής έχει κάτι πολύ ενδιαφέρον και ελαφρώς έκεντρο και ανανεωτικό να μας πει. Είμαι βέβαιος ότι θα το ευχαριστηθείτε. Να είστε πάρα πολύ καλά. Σας ευχαριστώ.
Good afternoon. Thank you for taking part in this important conference. I know we can count on Greece. Greece shows the way forward on defense spending. Greece is committed to defense and is a maritime and frontline nation in the Mediterranean. And you show the way forward on support for Ukraine, our first line of defense, politically, militarily, financially, at this important time. A time when Russia is again increasing its military spending to 7% of GDP, twice what NATO member states promised to spend by 2030. And a time when the United States is focusing on Indo-Pacific. We're taking responsibility for our own defense. we presented our Defense Readiness Roadmap 2030, building on the historic proposals and decisions we have taken this year to radically increase defense spending. The roadmap is a mega plan for delivery on defense with clear timetables, goals, and reporting obligations, a revolutionary strategy to achieve defense readiness by 2030. To help member states and industry fill the massive capability gaps between the weapons we have and the weapons we need, and to help build European flagship projects that no member state alone can build and that will protect all of Europe, like the Drone Defense Initiative against the drone danger that threatens us all, tailored to what member states need, at the eastern border, targeting, tracking, and destroying drones, and in other member states to fight crime and counter irregular migration. We are building an Eastern Flank Watch to protect the whole of the European Union. And I'm listening to defense ministers who say that we need a Mediterranean Flank Watch, for example, to protect underwater cables from underwater drones, to ensure readiness across Europe against all possible threats. And just last week, we presented important initiatives to improve military mobility and to transform our defense industry into an ecosystem linking industry, innovators, and soldiers in the field. Learning lessons from Ukraine, able to fight not only the wars of today, but also tomorrow, a strong European defense industry. That is an important goal in the roadmap. So European taxpayers' money is used to create jobs right here in the European Union, and Greek jobs right here in Greece, and high-quality jobs. That is why we will be investing in skills. We want 600,000 skilled defense workers by 2030. We want to prepare the space workforce of tomorrow to capture the exponential growth of the space economy. Finally, if we want strategic autonomy, we need solidarity. Solidarity is our most important value, the foundation of our union. When Greece fights migrant smugglers in the Mediterranean, Greece protects not only the Greek border. Greece protects the EU border and the entire European Union. And the same way, when Eastern member states defend their own border against Russian aggression, they are protecting the entire European Union. We are all frontline member states. Together we can be strong. Together we can manage Europe's threats. Together we can deter Russian aggression, prevent war, and preserve peace.
Ας ξεκινήσουμε λοιπόν με το πρώτο ερώτημα. Προς τα πού κατευθύνεται η Ευρώπη? Για το συντονισμό της συζήτησης, παρακαλώ τον κύριο Παύλο Τσίμα, τον οποίο ευχαριστούμε ιδιαίτερα για τη συμμετοχή του στο φετινό συμπόσιο, να ανέβει στη σκηνή και καλώ και τους υπόλοιπους συμμετέχοντες του πάνελ. Την κυρία Kristin Fabbe, από το Ευρωπαϊκό Πανεπιστημιακό Ινστιτούτο, τον κύριο Erik, διευθυντή του Robert Schuman Center for Advanced Studies, τον κύριο Karel Lannoo, διευθύνοντα σύμβουλο στο Center for European Policy Studies, Κέντρο Μελετών Ευρωπαϊκής Πολιτικής, και την κυρία Lena Düpont, Ευρωβουλευτή.
Καλημέρα. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ τον κύριο Ανδρεάδη, τον φίλο Δημήτρη Κερίδη, για την πρόσκληση να συμμετέχω. Νομίζω ότι είναι η δεύτερη φορά μου. Αν με καλέσουν άλλη μία θα γίνω βετεράνος. Να πάρω μέρος σε ένα συμπόσιο της πολιτιστικής εταιρείας, το Συμπόσιο Θεσσαλονίκης. Νομίζω ότι δεν θα σπαταλήσω χρόνο για να επαναλάβω αυτό που όλοι καταλαβαίνουμε. Τα ερωτήματα που έχουν τεθεί στο φετινό συμπόσιο είναι, νομίζω, τα ερωτήματα των ερωτημάτων. Είναι αυτά που κάθε άνθρωπος στον πολιτισμένο κόσμο, κάθε άνθρωπος στην Ευρώπη και στην Ελλάδα έχει στο μυαλό του ως αγωνίες και βάσανα. Το είπε, νομίζω, πολύ ωραία ο κ. Ανδρεάδης στην αρχή. Νιώθουμε ότι ο κόσμος γύρω μας αλλάζει, με έναν τρόπο που δεν καταλαβαίνουμε πάντα, ή τουλάχιστον δεν καταλαβαίνουμε προς τα που κινείται, μερικές βεβαιότητες τις οποίες θεωρούσαμε ως ακλόνητες, βλέπουμε να γκρεμίζονται σαν τραπουλόχαρτα και προσπαθούμε να ξαναφανταστούμε τον εαυτό μας, τον κόσμο μας, στα καινούργια δεδομένα, να βρούμε τις καινούργιες μας συντεταγμένες στο χάρτη. Οι ομιλητές του πρώτου πάνελ και του δεύτερου που θα ακολουθήσει μετά είναι, νομίζω, άνθρωποι που έχουν να εισφέρουν σε αυτή τη συζήτηση πολύ σημαντικές ιδέες, άρα ξεκινάμε αμέσως. Let me start with Ms. Lena Düpont. She's a member of the European Parliament. She comes from Germany. She's a member of the Christian Democratic political family. Germany is in the center of the whole disruption in terms of economy, in terms of defense, in terms of foreign policy. So I will ask for a short introduction and then we will have the opportunity to interact. Ms. Düpont.
Well, thanks a lot for that kind introduction, and first of all also to the organizers and the host of the event here for the invitation. I think it's high time that we are actually discussing those topics, because under the headline of where is Europe heading to, you can summarize a lot of challenges actually we're facing. And a few things had already been said in the introductory remarks, but also in the words from our Defense Commissioner, Andreas Kubilius, and probably to set a bit the tone, let's say, to start with a situational picture. Being reminded of European integration processes, actually having a minister for defense is not only new to the European Union, but it's very much reflected, of course, in an ever-changing world. And you spoke about just seconds ago about things we took for granted. I mean, I grew up in a European Union that actually kind of was a prosperous geographical area built on strong institutions, on a common a set of understanding on how to go forward, based on our values, based on the history, of course, of the European integration. And what we see now is that things had become challenging. So if you ask me in one sentence, do I have an answer to the question where Europe is heading to? I would rather say very openly, I don't know yet, because the time is history in the making, so to say. So whatever we do together is actually driving history and is driving the outcome of that history. And if you look at European policies for the time being, and also Andreas just said it, there are two major challenges we are facing. One is the question of our economies, of the internal market, of competitiveness, where also a lot of European politicians are looking to Greece to see what we can learn. And at the same time, security. Because the world around the European Union is changing at a pace which we had probably not seen for, well, I would say for decades, actually. In a world where, let's say, the former international order of treaties, of value-based policies is under threat. What did we do at European level? We tried to find an answer to that, having in mind that competitiveness, probably more also grounded in treaties, and has been grounded in treaties already before. Security is actually something new. So we're kind of also developing our policies, our instruments, our mechanisms on the run. So being in the midst of the challenges, we're trying to find answers to that. Of course, building upon what's the strength of the European Union, which is the member states. So we can do what the member states agree together, so to say, a bit more, let's say a bit more blunt, what the member states allow us to do. And also there, I think it's high time that we grab, well, the cynical, but the opportunities that also lie in there, in bridging internal policies and external policies, internal security and external security, because they're linked together. I mean, also there, Greece has a long story to tell, actually, when you look, for example, on migration policies. And this is basically something where we at the European level always look out for the lessons learned from member states, to share that lessons learned, to develop common policies together, And picking up again on where is Europe heading to, my wish, let's say, and what we are trying to do, where we are heading to, is actually a stronger European Union than what we see now. Because the challenges are new, our answers need to be new, and our answers need to be as unified as possible. Because we can, as a union of 27 member states, we are actually stronger if we stand by each other the best way we can. Doesn't necessarily mean that everything is fine within the European Union. We do have challenges that we need to solve, but this very essence of the European Union, learning from each other, best practice examples from member states, also being copied then in other member states as well, is what still holds true also in this challenging time we are in. And I'm really looking forward for the debate. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I have questions in my mind, but I'll keep it for later on. Let me turn to Erik Jones. He's directing the famous and prestigious Center for Advanced Studies, Robert Schuman Center. Now, discussions about Europe, on where Europe is heading, I think they tend to be on a rather pessimistic key. We sometimes write or say that Europe is declining, its geopolitical relevance is declining. All we do is send a bunch of European leaders to Washington to try to hold back Mr. Trump from doing something that would be disastrous for Europe, and waiting for the next crisis to evolve. On the other hand, listening to the Commissioner at the beginning of our session, the optimistic note is that this challenge might be the opportunity to reinvent Europe, to reform it. So on what would you prefer, the optimistic or the pessimistic discourse?
Well, Pavlos, thank you so much for that question. That was exactly what I wanted you to ask, and I don't know how you figured that out just by looking at me as I was sitting here nervously going, I hope he doesn't ask a really hard question, right? Look, I'm so grateful to be here. This is such an amazing crowd, such a beautiful city. So I'm not going to disappoint you. I'm going to give you the optimistic message, okay? And the optimistic message is going to pivot off of two things that Commissioner Kubilius said about security that probably sounded good to you, but the significance of which probably flew right by, okay? He said one thing that was really kind of weird where he goes, if we want to achieve strategic autonomy, we need solidarity. And then he talked about how you are protecting Europe from migrants, and Ukraine is protecting Europe from Russia, and Ireland is protecting Europe from, I don't know, right? And the idea is we're all in this together. And then the second thing he did was he pivoted from that statement, which sounds really bold, to a list of all these different policy measures that were going to generate people who work in the defense industry, change the way we do procurement, and it sounds very technical and complicated. So what I'm going to try to help you understand is that's how Europe works. And this technical and complicated thing is actually a really good thing to hear. And I say that as somebody with an accent that comes from very far away from here, who came in the 1980s because Europe was in a very similar situation where Europeans faced the challenge of competitiveness coming from Japan and the United States, where Europeans were worried that they couldn't actually build industries that could compete at the global level, that they couldn't do things that anybody would want to pay for. And so what did they do? They got 300 pieces of legislation. They put them in a big pile, and they agreed that they would change the way they make decisions about how to put this legislation into practice. And you would have thought that this is the most uninspiring thing anyone could do, but 15 years later, Europe became the standard setter for the world, the largest economy in the world, and the most successful in the world at trying to convince other places to adopt European norms and regulations. No one could have imagined that change in 15 years. And we are about to do that again. That's the optimistic note. Now, how do we know that this is going to happen? This is where the sciencey bit comes in, right? And the sciencey bit works like this. If Europe were a small community that noticed that its water supplies were diminishing or that its forest was disappearing, Europeans would get together and try to figure out why this thing was happening. And then they would try to figure out ways to control the consumption of water or the consumption of wood, the way they use the forest to preserve it. And it would be small, it would be weird, there would be lots of rules and roles that different people would play, but eventually they would come up with a formula so that they would keep the water, keep the wood, and keep the civilization intact. This is not always going to work, and some civilizations disappear. Some communities have to move away because they've exhausted all their resources, but if they succeed, they stay together, and everything is much better. This is the model that Elinor Ostrom won the Nobel Prize in Economics for describing for us. And we can apply this not just to small communities, but to big organizations like the European Union. Because what's happening now, what Lena was describing, is that Europeans are looking around and realizing that their security is disappearing. Drones are appearing magically over airports in the middle of Western Europe. Our undersea cables are getting dragged up. Our financial livelihood, our politics, our physical security is all being threatened at the same time. And so what Europeans are doing is they're suddenly waking up and saying, our security, just like water, is disappearing. And the only way we can address that is by working together. And it's not going to be some big revolutionary constitutional change. It's going to be a lot of small decisions. And those small decisions will help us better to secure ourselves and our neighbors and our neighbors' neighbors until we get to the point where we feel safe. And that's going to involve changing the way we make decisions. It's also going to involve changing the people with whom we make those decisions. Enlargement and institutional reform in Europe are part of the same thing. They're not different. They are the tools we will use to solve this problem of security. And the fact that European politicians have woken up to that, the fact that they have begun to make those decisions, the fact that they have begun to bring these other actors into the mix are all signs of change. We just have to keep the momentum, and you'll see the change this time around will be even more important than the change that started in the 1980s.
Okay. Impressive. I don't know. Second thoughts will come to them after a while. Now, let me turn to another of our panelists who is also directing a very significant European think tank, policy center. Karel Lannoo comes from Belgium. He's directing the Center for European Policy Studies. Are you that optimistic too?
Of course, yeah, not an easy question. I mean, it depends on how you look at it. But again, pleasure to be here, fantastic to be in this city. I've been here a few times, but also one of my best colleagues comes from this city, was formed at one of these universities. He's on top of that a degree in physics, but he's now working on political issues, market integration issues, Apostolos Tomadakis, but he's one of our senior fellows. But we have even two at SEPS, let's say, which are Greek, which are senior fellows, and we don't have that many seniors in SEPS. I mean, Erik worked there as well, briefly. But just to say, I mean, we see what is happening in this part of Europe as well, let's say, and they also cooperate with us, let's say, greatly, let's say, in advancing the work which we are having. But let me look at it from 3 or 4 different angles. Firstly, economically, then politically, and then a bit on the geopolitics, on which we, of course, will say a lot. But first of all, economically, I think there's far too much focus, if you hear debates in Europe, if you read the media. First of all, this eternal comparison which we have with the United States, and that we are not doing well. And also this thing that we are in a crisis. If you look at Europe's GDP growth, first of all, we are a very kind of complex group of countries. Some countries are in a kind of economically more difficult situations, others are doing much better. But that's what makes it in Europe all the time. Let's say it's a diverse group of economies, and sometimes some are doing well and others are doing badly, and vice versa. But if you look at it overall, I mean, we still have some people who think, let's say, we're in crisis. No, we still have a growth which is 1.3, 1.4, 1.5% of GDP. Of course, people may say this is not good as compared to the United States, but all depends on how you compare. If you compare, I mean, I have a chart which I use a lot of that. If you compare the share of the EU and the US and the world economy, we have been declining almost at the same pace. But of course, it depends how you compare. Of course, sometimes you compare simply GDP figures at just real GDP growth. The very important thing is you have to compare at purchasing power parity. And one element to say this very easily is that if you see that the dollar declined this year alone with 15%, if you compare figures end of 2024 and you compare them now, of course it will be very different in real terms, just because the dollar has declined with 15%. That's why, I mean, if you compare things, you always have to watch very carefully what you compare. And that's why, of course, you have to compare much more at purchasing power parity. Let's say what you can, for the same amount of money, get, let's say, in a comparative basis. Of course, it is very difficult to do, but that's why, I mean, there's always these statistics which we see, let's say, that we would be doing badly. Take with a grain of salt, and probably Europe, as compared certainly to the United States, we sometimes understate ourselves or underdo ourselves. I think as an economy, we're overall doing much better than sometimes is perceived. And you have to see, secondly, I mean, if you relate this to the fact that Europe is basically has a war situation in the East, Europe is now buying massively gas in the United States. And I once calculated, let's say, the gas which we buy in the United States is about 1% of the US GDP. Just compare. Of course, that's a cost for us. But also, I mean, if you look at the European economy, we have absorbed these countries from Central and Eastern Europe. And if you see where they come from 20 years ago and where they are today, let's say, that is an enormous achievement. And that's why, I mean, our enlargement, which is now back on the agenda again in Brussels, let's say, to enlarge to some Western Balkan countries like Northern Macedonia, like Albania, like Moldova, hopefully, like also, yeah, who knows, Ukraine, is extremely important, let's say, because we will give these countries again an impetus to grow. Compare, for example, 20 years ago, Poland and Ukraine, or even more, 30 years ago, 25 years ago, Poland and Ukraine were at the same level. In the meantime, Poland is 3 times richer than Ukraine. The same thing we'll have to do now, let's say, the Western Balkan countries with Ukraine, is bring them up. And of course, if you then have a comparison with the United States, of course, we bring up countries which come from very low levels, which have grown enormously in the meantime. And that is sometimes underemphasized, how important, I mean, this European construction is, let's say, in the sense that it's growth for all. And if we have bring some poorer countries up, that's been an extremely important achievement. So, I mean, if you compare economically, don't forget all these things, let's say, these factors which make comparisons, for example, with other economies extremely difficult. So I would say Europe economically is not doing too badly. And there are certainly countries, like also this country, Greece, I mean, is doing well, I mean, has recovered enormously. We had Pirikakis at CEPS 2 weeks ago, your Minister for Economy. I mean, wow, what an impressive, let's say, talk he gave. Let's say, and if you see what has been achieved, of course, there has been a lot of pain, but let's say, but the recovery of this country is enormous. And we see other European countries, let's say, which are doing very well as well. So that's about the economy briefly. Politically, I think, of course, politically it's very difficult to generalize as well. But one thing I would emphasize, which was emphasized also during the introduction, in the European Parliament, we are in a difficult situation because the extreme right has become bigger. And what is the big problem in the European Parliament is we have now seen it 2 or 3 times, is that the EPP has voted with the extreme right to change certain rules. And that has changed the dynamics in the European Parliament and also changed the cooperation between the EPP group, the European People's Party, and the central left, which is the SND, the socialist. Eventually, also with the support from the liberals. Because you need to see that with this new European Parliament since last year, the 3rd and the 4th largest group have become Eurosceptic groups. Before it was the Greens and the Liberals, which were the 3rd and the 4th largest group. Today, the 3rd and the 4th largest group is the ECR, as they call it, European Conservatives and Reformists, which are Eurosceptics, and the Patriots for Europe, which are the extreme right. And we now see alliances, as they come out, between the EPP and the center-left, or with the EPP and the extreme right, to change certain laws. You may have heard about this whole simplification debate in Brussels. There have been changes which have been made now by the EPP in cooperation with the extreme right to change certain regulations, of which we as a think tank have also objected of what is going on. So watch this. I'm not so, optimistic about this development. Let's say that we see a change in coalitions in the European Parliament and of course a bigger share of the extreme right overall in the European Parliament. So that's about politically. Then let's look at the geopolitical situation in a few minutes. Of course, there is the relationship with Ukraine, and what is, for me, a positive development in a sense is that the major part for Ukraine's support financially and militarily is coming from Europe these days. I think until more than a year ago, it was more or less equally divided between the US and Europe. Now it's coming by a large part from Europe. So the support for Ukrainian war is coming from Europe. Also, again, let's say within Europe, it's a bit, there is diversity, and the Nordics are complaining they are supporting Ukraine more than the South, but the major part is coming from Europe. Of course, there are other countries which help as well, and it's not only the United States, it's also, for example, countries like even Australia, New Zealand, South Korea, let's say, which are helping for very small parts, but it's Europe which is supporting Ukraine at the moment. And of course, we have a big discussion, because I'm coming from Belgium, about these frozen assets, about Euroclear, whether it can be used. But I think the big thing you have to remember, and we may have frozen assets from Russia, which we could use, but it should be a common support from all European countries. If we need to support Ukraine, it should be equally shared, like we have equally shared our budget of the European Union amongst all of us to support that country. Because it is in our common interest that Ukraine resists and that Ukraine stays on as an independent country. I think we need to remember that. Let's say if Ukraine falls, and there I'm rather pessimistic, the rest of Europe is finished. Because you have to see the energy which the Commission has invested and the European Union and von der Leyen personally in in Ukraine, and saying that they can become members. If Ukraine falls, I think it will be extremely bad for Europe. And that's why I think we have no choice than as an EU as a whole that we need to support Ukraine. And we can say, let's say, financially it's almost impossible. No. Don't forget, that's something which I should have said in the beginning as well, Europe's economic situation, financial, say the budgetary situation of Europe as a whole is much better than the United States, than Japan, than other countries around the world. Or debt to GDP of the EU is about 80%. If you look at the United States, it's about 120%. If you look at Japan, it's about 250%. Or budget deficit in Europe overall is 3%. In the United States, it's 7%. Don't forget this. Also, other countries of the world, we have capacity. If we need to support Ukraine more financially, we can go to the markets, get more, borrow more money in the markets and support Ukraine. Let's say that is absolutely possible. So that's related to the financial support. And then another issue which is related to, I think, more a positive message. If we see the current situation army-wise or rearming Europe-wise, if you see the speech from Kubilius, only 4 years ago, just before the war, that would have been impossible. Somebody saying from the European Commission, these matters, we need to rearm Europe. By the way, it's still not fully a competence for Europe to do this. If we have something to say, thanks to Putin, but also thanks to Trump, by the way, we are closer than ever to something like an emerging European army. And that is, of course, totally unprecedented. Who would have thought, let's say 4 years ago, that we would be in this situation? Of course, we need to do it now, and we need to cooperate. And of course, and that, I think, is the biggest challenge, that we need to work on a structure to have something like a European army. And we also need to know that we cannot rely on the Americans anymore. The big problem is if we say, like I was in a debate on Thursday, where some ambassadors to NATO were saying this, oh no, the Americans will help out. I think we need to be sure, if there is a big crisis, it's not sure, as we've seen again the last days, that the Americans will help us. That we need to do it on our own. And that is the big problem which we have now, that we need to have a structure that we can decide, if there is a crisis situation, as Europeans, to work and to assist a country in crisis. Like, for example, the situation with the 28 points plan. This is so dangerous for Europe that we need to have our own reaction. Has our own reaction been sufficiently strong? I don't think so far. But at least, I mean, the thinking has advanced a lot, and you see the work being done in the Commission to have this joint procurement for example, military equipment is, I think, a very important development. And that is, yeah, difficult to say. That's thanks to Trump and thanks to Putin. Let's say that we're now in that situation, but that we have to take until the end. And that is, let's say, is also extremely important, that we build up that structure, that we can decide autonomously as Europe, if there is a crisis situation, to defend our interests.
Thank you. Thank you, Karel. We should take note of your final point. I mean that Europe should rely on ourselves. We cannot rely on the United States. This is something new. It hasn't happened since 1914, since the First World War, to rely on ourselves. So it's a big question whether we can really do it. We'll have the time to do it before a crisis of greater dimensions falls on our heads, and etc., etc. But I will turn to Kristin, Fabbe. Kristin came from Florence. She's at the European University there, and I guess she understands not only Europe but also Greece a little bit better than the rest of the panel. She knows us better, and so she can help me out. Please help me out here, Kristin. Let me help us understand. How would I say? Bring this whole discussion to also the Greek level, and what do you make of all this?
Absolutely. So thank you, everybody, for having me here today. Longtime Grecophile, Pavlos, as you and many in the audience know, and thanks to the ministers and all the audience members to host us in this beautiful city. I would like to bring to the discussion exactly kind of more closer to some thinking about the Med and particularly the role of Greece, and I want to tie together some of the points that have been made by the panelists earlier, especially those about kind of strength and incrementalism is one of the things that I'm hearing, and kind of these technical structures that seem to be taking a lot of time and maybe create some negative inertia and cause us concern, but I think there's reason to believe, especially in Greece, as they played out on a number of fronts, there's actually quite a bit of strength that can be gleaned through these particular processes. And I'll start by talking about one of the key points related to security, but also to the issue kind of humanity and people, and that is the issue of migration. And here I think we have seen some of the progress that's been needed, born out of a crisis in 2015, unprecedented flows across European borders, no sufficient infrastructure for really handling this type of significant increase in the influx of people who are seeking refuge across European borders. And if you'd allow me to just put my academic hat on for a moment and say something a little bit dull and academic, the academic research is clearly showing that one of the things driving the far right, which was so rightly touched upon by Karel earlier, is not migration per se. It's actually a lack of control, or a perceived lack of control around migration and migration mechanisms. And so over the course of the last many years, the Europeans have been hashing out this pact for migration and asylum. It's now become implemented. Behind it, there are some very great ideas about solidarity that came from Germany, responsibility sharing, preparedness, border security. But where are all those playing out on the ground? That is here in Greece. And I think we've seen an evolution and a harmonization, and it's very important for Europe to remember that that particular tool, the common European security policy, needs to be bolstered by a common migration policy. It's been hard to get agreement on this particular issue about solidarity and responsibility sharing, but without it, we know migration has been weaponized. This is now a fact that's been laid out by the Commission. We know it destabilizes populations, and so although migration is one of these hot-button issues that is very divisive, it's important for Europe to stay on track with that particular point and move that forward. And then I'd also like to say a few things about the economy, especially since I spend quite a bit of time talking to the private sector. And the Mediterranean and Greece is one of these quintessential cases that we hear about of decline, right? Aging populations, challenges with infrastructure, challenges with energy connectiveness. But we do see Europe taking action. They've created a DG for the MENA. We now have a new commissioner for the Mediterranean. And there is potential, as we've seen kind of in the turnaround in Greece after the financial crisis, there is some potential for the Mediterranean. The Mediterranean countries and Greece, they're doing better than many countries in Central Europe. And this is kind of a flip. And so there is some potential. But one thing I would be wary of, and this goes back to some of Karel's points, is I do think Europe needs a stronger dialogue with the private sector. If you see, we don't need to mirror the Trump administration's approach of making private sector representatives diplomats all over the world and sending them into crisis situations to solve the world's problems. I don't think that is the answer. However, if there's not strong dialogue between the private sector and the levers of Europe and politics, I think we're going to get in a little bit of trouble, and here's why. We're in an era in which not only has something like migration been weaponized, but we're also in an era of what you might call weaponized interdependence in the economy. And the United States has been quite aggressive in using not only tariffs, which are what make headlines, but also sanctions and export controls to try to move the political situation in the way they want and use those tools. And there's a lot of debate about the overuse of those tools. And today, increasingly, Europe is also using those tools vis-a-vis Russia with the various sanctions packages as a result of that conflict, but also increasingly in the Middle East and other regions. And what I hear when I talk to business leaders and in these kind of boring areas of compliance and risk management, but what actually matter to companies, is they're quite confused about this scary space in between the geoeconomic tools that the United States is leveraging, not to mention those in the UK, and now these being rolled out in Europe. And there's much more harmony in the United States in the understanding of those tools. In Europe, we're lacking that harmony. And if we use those tools without discretion, they sort of risk backfiring. And here I would just kind of end, I think, on one final set of points that relate not only to the Mediterranean and the Mediterranean region and the future of Europe at large, but the United States indeed is looking more towards China and more towards India. But that means Europe needs stronger partners with its stronger partnerships with its southern and eastern region, but also has to think quite critically about China and about India, which are the two sort of inflection points in these wars, if you would call them, of economic interdependence. So the more Europe can begin to think cohesively about approach, not just to its broader region, but also to these emerging powers like India and China, I think the more secure and the better off Europe will be long term.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Karen. Now, we've been discussing Europe with the challenges it faces, a challenge from Russia, Putin, a challenge from the United States, Trump. We've been discussing the eventuality of this crisis bringing forward a closer cooperation, solidarity, and a new way to do business in Europe in using the defense as a means of economic development, prosperity, and solidarity. But there's an elephant in the room. It was briefly mentioned by Karen, is the internal political dynamics in Europe. So we're talking about Europe, but Europe might well have a UK government led by Farage, a French Republic led by Le Pen, and AfD in the German government in a matter of a few years. What then? So I would like to put a slightly provocative question to Ms. Düpont. Germany is rearming vastly. And I remember a Polish statesman saying some years ago, I'm more frightened by an unarmed Germany than by a rearmed Germany. Okay. But what would be a rearmed Germany with an AfD government in a few years' time?
Well, thanks for that question specifically because it was provocative, and it allows me also to pick up a point you just mentioned in your brief intervention. And the quote you were just saying is actually going back to the now foreign minister of Poland, which was Radosław Sikorski, a common foreign member also of the European Parliament, a very good colleague of us. He was also saying it a bit in a slightly different note, not necessarily only connected to rearmament, but also to the understanding of the, let's say, the processing of the world that has changed. And there, actually, not necessarily connected to the question of whether you're in opposition or not. We have been facing in Germany also quite a very intense debate when it comes to accepting that the world has changed, accepting that us being in the midst, geographically in the midst of the European Union, politically in the midst of the European Union, we do have our responsibility. And this responsibility hadn't been taken up actually in the previous years. So Germany was having a role basically saying whatever we do it with Besonnenheit. So we just, well, you can translate it into just stand by and watch. And this has been actually the most disastrous thing that could have been done because it was undermining European solidarity. It was undermining European trust. And luckily, that has changed. Does it make, or the current government that has changed, does it make the internal dimension of European policies easier? Of course not. But being in the midst of the European Union, being also the ones that are getting people back to the table, being the driving force. I mean, Olaf Scholz had a bit of an understanding of the European Union and let's say also the transatlantic policies as such, where he was basically saying, well, they're there for granted. We don't need to do anything because we have the treaties. And there we see, of course we do have the treaties. Of course we do have the history of working together, but it needs, I mean, being the largest member state of the European Union, it needs someone driving forward that European integration. And this is somehow also the best reassurance I can give specifically as a German member of the European Parliament. We will never allow the treaties to be disregarded. We will never be a member of the European Union that is actually kind of standing by seeing the European Union crumble. Do we have our internal debates and policies and structural problems as well? Of course we do. Like many other member states of the European Union as well. But the focus on European solidarity, on European treaties, on being a kind of driving forward member of the European Union will always be at the center of that government that we're actually having now. And that leads me to the second dimension, so to say. And you quoted the vote on the omnibus, the famous first, or one of the first simplification packages we had been doing. And in the German debate, you often hear the word saying, it's the last final shot we have, before things start to crumble really dramatically. And this is true, because indeed, like you just said, international comparison, it always relates to what do you compare to what, but nevertheless, the economy can be in a better state. One of the reasons to that is that we kind of strangled innovation, we kind of strangled specifically small and medium-sized enterprises in the past with an overarching, overburdening regulatory dimension, so to say, without probably always having checked of what do we actually achieve what we want to achieve with just ticking a box. So if we want to drive forward as European Union, and competitiveness is not a means in itself. It's a basic foundation also for our society to thrive, because it gives us, let's say, the ground we needed in order to also be forward driving and innovative, and so on and so forth. And the vote on the simplification package actually was a bit of an interesting point of time, I would say, in the European Parliament, because there had been an agreement on the so-called platform. So we had an agreement between EPP, S&D, and the Liberals. This agreement was left by S&D, because they had members of their own party being negotiated, by the way, at the highest political level within the European Parliament possible by the group leaders of the groups in the European Parliament, and they had actually 31 members voting against it. So of course there was a bit of a question, if everyone is saying we need to cut down on red tape, we need to allow specifically small and medium-sized enterprises to thrive again, to come back to what is one of the founding principles actually of the European Union, the internal market, that gave us a lot of instruments at hand in the previous years. So then also you need to come down to a point where you say, well, look, we cannot go forward like saying, we need to cut down on red tape, but please don't touch that. We need to cut down on regulatory borders, but don't touch that. This will simply not work. And there, I think it is a bit of a, let's say, some groups in the House still need a bit of processing time, unfortunately. And I really, really hope that they arrive in time in order to make sure that the center of the European Parliament, and we are still, in all of the negotiations we are doing, we are first doing it and looking out for the center of the European Parliament. But at a certain point, we also need to make sure that we deliver results in the end, in terms of competitiveness, but also in terms of migration. And actually, one of the reasons why I joined the European Parliament, specifically in the Civil Liberties and Home Affairs Committee, was the question of asylum and migration, because I had been working in the German Bundestag in 2014, 2015. I had seen what it had done to my party, to the S&D party, to also other parties as well, including the AFD, which before had been a party of, focusing on euro and stability. It was mainly a more or less academia party. And they changed dramatically. And with all the changes they had gone through in the previous years, they had even become more radical. More, of course, also working against the European Union and the treaties as such. But if we want to make sure that the European Union, and this is what we had done with the pact, knowing that it was not easy, 27 member states, roughly 3.5 political groups, 3 institutions that needed to come together over 11 legislative acts. So it was a bit of like 4D chess that we actually had been conducting there. But bringing together the interests of frontline member states, secondary movement member states that have more of a problem with people going out than going in terms of economic policies, in terms of labor market skills and so on and so forth, that being combined in one legislature was actually, well, quite a hurdle, but we managed to. We managed to because we all the time came back at the same table and say, okay, the interests of frontline member states are as well true as other interests as well, and we need to find a combination of that. It takes a bit of time, indeed, and also as a politician, I'm saying we can be faster. We need to be faster because times are changing more dynamically than they are before, but we have all the instruments at hand that we do need. It was a rather long answer, I know, and we're not necessarily kind of being able to shy away all fears and concerns that are probably there. But what I can say is that Germany and the current government is at the center and at the heart of the European Union, and we will do whatever we can to make sure that we are also going to this time together.
Thank you. My question is, the essence of my questions is this: whether in trying to defend or help defend Ukraine, in trying to build a defense union, in prioritizing defense in the European project and the European budget, can Europe at the same time generate prosperity, shared prosperity and social cohesion like it used to do for decades, so that democracy in Europe can resist and still exists. That was my main question. I don't know if anybody would like to share some thoughts on that.
I mean, the answer to that, for me, is simple, and we have got the solutions laid out in 2 big reports which were published last year, the Letta report and the Draghi report. I know best financial services. I mean, I've been working in financial services basically 30 years. But if you see the financial services domain, and I think it will be the same in Greece, because most mid-sized to smaller member states are markets which are controlled by a few. There is insufficient competition to drive for us consumers the best results. That is the problem. So we have been speaking about the single market for now 35 years or so, but we still do not have a single market. And the 3 crucial areas which Enrico Letta identified in his report is financial services, energy, and digital. And all the data are there to say, look, we pay far too much, and there is far too little integration between the markets. Like in a country like Belgium even, we employ 80 people. We have a choice in Belgium between 3 banks. Can you imagine? We cannot work with other banks for other countries. There is insufficient integration between the markets and Europe. And who's paying the cost? Consumers, all of us. Because if there is insufficient competition, there is insufficient pressure on these providers just to give us the best price. There is what they call price competition, one of the basic elements of the single market, which you have, of course, in the United States. And then, of course, European banks are extremely afraid of US banks that they're coming to invade the European market. Why? Because they're used to work in a US market, which is a full single market, where there is much more competition between all players than there is in Europe. But in Brussels, and I would like to react to Düpont, if I see who's the cause of all this burden which we see in legislation, certainly in financial services, it's mostly the financial services providers, the banks, who want to have more rules to protect themselves rather than to have an open market. So if we say we want burden reduction now, which is one of the big themes of this commission, if I see it in detail, of course, there is a big discourse for burden reduction. If I see the detailed negotiations in the European Parliament, for example, on the retail investment strategy, on what kind of product which we get as savers, the banks, certainly the banks from Germany and France, are doing everything to protect their position and to protect the high fees they charge to consumers. So the cause of burdens which we have are very often in Brussels the enterprises rather than it is the consumers.
Erik?
So I think Karel is absolutely right about the need to change the regulatory environment for financial markets in Europe. But I have to say, as an American, if I were going to imagine the perfectly integrated financial market, I would not start with the United States as the model. I mean, I would actually burn that whole structure down and build up something new. Because the situation in the United States is very good at producing some kinds of investment and terrible at all the rest. But that's not really the question that you asked. So I'm going to answer your question in 2 parts. One is, Europe actually knows how to do the things that we need. I think it's important for us to remember this, right? If we're going to build a huge defense industry, nobody in the world builds the little tiny bits that are all assembled to construct an internal combustion engine better than Europeans, right? And nobody's going to build a battery-operated tank to go to war. So if we end up in a world where we're investing a lot in defense, Europe will be at the cutting edge of that innovation. Right? And indeed, it could offer a great transition to get them to start building cars that do have batteries in them, right? But that's only part of the issue. The other part of the issue is, do we trust the politicians that people are voting for to do this job correctly? Because Pavlos, your question was, Germany's going to get all these weapons. Do we really trust the AfD? And the answer is, well, wait a minute, let's think about it. The people who support the AfD are not Martians. They did not come from another planet. They are our citizens. And then the question is why are they voting for the AfD? Why can't we not bring them back into the center-right? And while we're at it, why is the left so divided? I live in Italy. The left routinely gets more of the popular vote than the right. But the right is in government routinely because the left is so divided. It just can't function adequately. We need to fix that political issue. And while we're doing it, we should be thankful for the European Union. Because if the AfD gets into power in Germany, it's not going to assassinate random people in speedboats in the Gulf of Mexico, right? But the Trump administration is doing that. And I'm actually quite concerned by the way the Trump administration is deploying military force without due process or any kind of regulatory constraint. And yet I look at the situation in Germany and I think there's no way on earth that even if the AfD got into power, and we're really smoking a lot of weed to get up to that, but if the AfD did get into power, it's still the most dangerous thing it would do would be to send politicians to the European Parliament and to send representatives to the European Council to change European legislation, right? That would be the biggest threat that they would represent, right? More rules of a different kind, which is what Karel and Lena are arguing about. It's not about military force, even if they're well armed, right? And this is the final point. Arming Europe is not about making Europe into a superpower. It's about giving Europe autonomy. The issue is not, should we rely on the United States? We cannot rely on the United States. Europe must defend itself, and Europe cannot defend itself if it doesn't have the capacity to do so, to push back against, or even threaten to push back against, the kind of military aggression that we're seeing, both in direct terms and in hybrid terms. And so we need this, and we need to be able to trust the European politicians to use this correctly. And in order to do that, we have to persuade our own citizens that our politicians are worthy of that trust. That's the bottom line.
Well, thank you, Erik. Before I give, you wanted to add something.
Just a small reflection or reaction, actually, to one of the things you just mentioned, Erik, is the treaties of the European Union, actually, at least with the latest edition of the Treaty of Lisbon, do foresee scenarios that were basically put into the treaties as the solidarity point, specifically related to security questions, which is the Article 42.7 of the European Union. It's a bit, let's say, the civilian interpretation of NATO Article 5. Not saying that member states who perceive themselves under threat can and should ask for solidarity of the European Union, not only in a military sense, but even wider. Because the instruments mentioned in that article can also include instruments of civil security, civil protection, support in terms of medicine, support in terms of a variety of tools actually at hand. And we do not need to start from scratch there. We have a variety of instruments at hand where the European Union actually learned to cooperate very closely in the field of security, be it internally, in terms of also civilian security, and we are learning that on the run on military security as well. And I think reminding ourselves of that those treaties were not actually kind of written, they were written in kind of daylight, in broad sun, but they are meant to protect us when things get shaky. And this is the basis of our cooperation that has been there for decades, and we build it upon that. We also build our political systems on that. I'm not necessarily saying trust each and every politician, but I do say look out for those politicians who really dedicate their time, their resources, their minds to protecting the treaties of the European Union and protecting the European Union as such.
Can I just say one thing really quickly? Yes, please. So this is one of those nerdy history facts. The language from Article 42.7 was actually drafted in 1948. And that language says that if any member state is attacked, all member states should do everything they have at their disposal to defend. And it was directed at Germany. It was the Brussels Treaty Organization to prevent the remilitarization of Germany. So they've kept that language since 1948 and put it into the Lisbon Treaty. So I think Lena is absolutely right that Europe has a lot of experience with collective security. It's just ironic that the language that you pointed to was language that appeals directly to Pavlos' question.
Well, how times can change.
Thank you. Kristin.
Yeah, indeed. So I just wanted to make maybe one or two remarks on this issue of trust and politics and the move towards the right. And I think in this age in which things are moving so fast and there is a kind of a tendency towards reactivity and a need to react, I spend a lot of time talking to everyday people, and I think the frustrations of everyday people in Europe are quite simple. They're around cost of living, quality of services, equal access to opportunity, good jobs. These are the things that really consume people who are in the middle class and are living kind of life every day. And I think one of the things that Europe has done poorly and could maybe do a little bit better is to help communicate to everyday citizens the way they actually have benefited from European unity in many respects. So just to take the case of Greece, Greece has an amazingly active diaspora. Many Greeks in the crisis, when things here were not going particularly well, were able to go out to work in Germany. You now find Greeks in leading roles in companies all over Europe because they had that market access, that ability to go there to work, and now they can bring that expertise back. So there are some things about coherence and unity that have benefited, and I think the European Union just isn't doing always an excellent job of communicating. And there is also a sense, I think, amongst the general public that politicians do sit in a class above. And here we have a politician who speaks to his constituents and I know is close to his constituency, but many politicians are not. And then people look for alternatives, and by the time they realize that the alternatives are no good, then it is too late. So a closer connection, I think, also between political structures and everyday citizens is the only thing that is going to help rebuild trust between the political community and European officials, and to get them to believe that they should give us the time to play this 4D chess to get the pacts that we need on the ground for the security and the future of Europe.
We have a number of politicians in the audience. I hope they're listening to what you're saying. Now, όπως ξέρετε, ίσως καλύτερα και από μένα, γιατί εγώ είναι η δεύτερη μου φορά, εσείς μπορείτε να το παρακολουθείτε, να είναι η 13η σας φορά στο ακροατήριο του Συμποσίου. Υπάρχει πάντα χώρος για τις δικές σας ερωτήσεις, γραπτές ή προφορικές. Αν κάποιος θέλει να πάρει το λόγο, έχει το λόγο, αλλά προηγουμένως, αν μου επιτρέψετε, θέλω να κάνω εγώ μια γρήγορη ερώτηση. Before I take questions from the audience, I have a question that requires a short answer. What should Europe be doing with Russia? Defending Ukraine is one thing. Talking with Russia is another thing. Now, it seems to me that Europe is talking with Russia through United States. There's no direct communication between Europe and Russia. Should there be? Can there be?
I think there can be a few. I mean, I thought about this yesterday because of the situation this week. But you remember, more than a year ago, Switzerland had a special conference with the Russians where they wanted to, or I think it's 2 years ago, Switzerland could, for example, take this initiative because Switzerland has tried to remain neutral in this. But I agree, we need to have a channel of communication and we need to try to do something in common. But also, Europe should be more united in its position. If I see the debate now about Euroclear, about the frozen assets, this is extremely difficult. And I don't think Europe is sufficiently united because, as I said, we should have a form of a solidarity in our financial support for Ukraine because our existence as the EU depends on Ukraine at the moment. So there should be a common, say financially, we should be commonly liable towards Ukraine as we have in our budget. And we should have a special line like we've done already. We have, for this year, granted 50 billion to Ukraine. But from the EU budget, we have to continue to do this way.
Well, very complex question actually to answer shortly, but if I try, indeed, I'm sorry, I need to pick up a point that Karel just mentioned. I mean, there had been proposals at hand for also the Belgian government where support was guaranteed. So I think there is still a bit of, let's say, there are some questions to resolve, but it has never been that the European Union as a whole was kind of pressuring Belgium to just give up their let's say, responsibility. It has always been a common challenge. We just need to find the ways of putting that on paper so to say. Second thing, there had been channels of communication. I mean, we very much remember before the invasion of Ukraine and the first day or the first night, basically attacking Kiev, numerous members of member states, representatives of member states, had been also traveling to Russia. The European Union had made their plea, and tables kept on getting longer and longer and longer. And the very first thing I would say, which is probably the easiest answer at first hand at least, is if you want to start peace talks, if you want to start negotiations, first stop bombing your neighbors as a precondition. And then we can sit at the table and talk.
Okay. Είδα κάποιο χέρι. Ναι. Απλώς επιτρέψτε μου την παρατήρηση. Μη ρωτάτε σαν να είσαστε δημοσιογράφοι, δηλαδή μην κάνετε μια μικρή διάλεξη εκθέτοντας τη γνώμη σας, βάζοντας ένα ερωτηματικό στο τέλος. Κάντε απλώς μια ερώτηση.
Ναι, μια ερώτηση. Αν υποθέσουμε ότι το σχέδιο Τραμπ υπογράφεται, ποιο είναι το μέλλον της Ευρώπης και της Ουκρανίας?
Εννοείται το σχέδιο των 28 σημείων.
Ακριβώς.
Ναι. Ναι. Το ερώτημα είναι έτσι όπως ήταν στην αρχή, τροποποιημένο, ποιος ξέρει. Ναι. Is there an answer to that? Or should we wait to bring some questions together and please take note? Ναι, η επόμενη ερώτηση. Παρακαλώ. Υπάρχουν μικρόφωνα που περιφέρονται στην αίθουσα, σας βλέπουν, σας τα δίνουν.
My question is about the financing of additional spending in defense. Nervos belli, pecuniam infinidam, said the old Romans, and that is something that is for an eternity true. How do you think, is there enough space, fiscal space in Europe for increasing defense spending, or we have to find out new instruments, for instance, perpetuals, that can be a way out of fiscal stress that is already everywhere present in all European budget. Thank you.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Ναι. Μικρόφωνο. Ναι. Ελάτε.
Thank you for your comments. My question is about migration, and I beg to differ. I don't think the European Union is doing a very good job in global governance for migration, and as a result, nation states, especially Greece, have had to come up with their own ad hoc way of trying to deal with irregular migration patterns. So my question is, do you think, in lieu of the fact that European Union has not been able to create a comprehensive global migration policy, do you see minilateralism, that is the ability of some states to come together with other states, Greece, Malta, Italy, just this summer to try to deal with irregular migration patterns from Libya? Do you think that's a better alternative? Thank you.
Thank you. Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Ναι.
Παύλο, να το πω ελληνικά ή αγγλικά?
Ό,τι προτιμάτε.
Ελληνικά. Έχουμε 5 μεγάλους παίκτες διεθνώς. Είναι Ρωσία, οι Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες, Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση, Κίνα, Ινδία. Ας αφήσουμε λίγο την Κίνα, που είναι δημοκρατία και είναι λίγο πιο μακριά. Η Ινδία είναι δημοκρατία. Ανάποδα τα είπα, συγγνώμη. Λοιπόν, οι Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες έχουν τον Τραμπ συγκεκριμένα τώρα. Η Ρωσία έχει τον Πούτιν. Η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση με το uniformity που πρέπει να αποφασίζουν όλοι τι ευχέρεια έχει και πώς θα μπορέσει να ανταποκριθεί σε επίγουσες καταστάσεις. Έχει προβλεφθεί αυτό εδώ και πώς θα μπορέσουμε να παίξουμε μέσα?
Σαφές. Μπορούμε να πάρουμε μία ή δύο ερωτήσεις ακόμη. Ναι.
A very simple question. Kristin, Fabbe said that the main questions in the citizens is how expensive things are and so on. Yes, it is like that because we feel safe. But now, I wonder, should they feel safe? That's a very basic question after listening to all of these things here. And one thing I'd like to ask to Mr. Lannoo, okay, maybe other people here know it, but I don't. So, okay, if Ukraine war fails and Ukraine does not win the war, what does that mean for us?
Έχει κάποιος το μικρόφωνο? Ναι. Και η κυρία που έχει ζητήσει εκεί.
Ευχαριστώ.
Ναι.
Αν μπορώ να κάνω την ερώτησή μου.
Ναι.
Είναι πάρα πολύ σύντομη. Καταρχήν, θερμά συγχαρητήρια και στους διοργανωτές και σε αυτή την υπέροχη εκδήλωση. Η ερώτηση είναι η εξής. Πόσο κοντά νομίζετε ότι βρίσκεται στην Ευρώπη η πολιτική ένωση, αυτό που πάρα πολύ συζητάτε το τελευταίο χρονικό διάστημα, και αν θα μπορούσε κάποια από τα προβλήματα που συζητάμε σήμερα εδώ να τα λύσει η πολιτική ένωση, ακόμη και αν αυτή μπορούσε να γίνει σε δύο ταχύτητες, διότι όπως γνωρίζουμε υπάρχουν χώρες οι οποίες δεν είναι τόσο θετικές σε αυτή την κατάσταση. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ.
Εγώ. Ναι, παρακαλώ.
Τι θεωρούν οι συνομιλητές μας ότι μπορεί να γίνει για τους πληθυσμούς στην Ευρώπη που δεν θέλουν ή δεν μπορούν να ενσωματωθούν και πώς βλέπουν αυτή την προοπτική αυτών των πληθυσμών μακροπρόθεσμα στην Ευρώπη. Ευχαριστώ.
Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ. Ναι.
Thank you. My question is to Mr. Lannoo. You talked about the regulations in regards to banking in Belgium. As somebody who has an account with the KBC, how would further deregulation help me as a consumer and me as an up-and-coming student in terms of my daily quality of life, since the market is already so deregulated? Shouldn't a precedent be set by the government rather than leaving it up to the market? That's my question.
Να πάρουμε, αν υπάρχει μια ερώτηση ακόμη, και, γιατί νομίζω ότι μαζεύτηκαν πολλές και πρέπει να αρχίσουμε να απαντάμε. Ναι. Ελάτε.
Thank you very much. So my question is targeted at Mrs. Lena Düpont. So earlier, Mr. Jones spoke about the need for more European solidarity, and you agreed. So as a German who understands German foreign policy way better than I or other Greeks do, what do you believe led Germany to finally give the green light for the sale of the Eurofighters to Turkey? And doesn't that question in a way undermine European solidarity? Thank you.
Well, we have a number of very interesting, topical questions. Do your best. Try to answer them in a short but to the point way. Who would like to start?
Maybe
Kristin?
I'll start just quickly on the point on migration, and then we can expand to some of the others. Certainly, I think there have been challenges in Greece, and those challenges are very visible. But also, this 4D chess has been playing out in the background. The European Union Agency for Asylum has evolved, is growing. And so we're at a critical point in time in which some of the infrastructure and some of the lessons learned from 2015 are now being put in place. But I think the point that you touch upon in your question, which is particularly important and is something that the European Union is going to have to realize as these policies evolve, is that the irregular migration question is not as simple as it seems. So people typically are concerned about the overburdening of asylum systems because of what they call mixed flows. So some people are legitimate refugees and other people are economic migrants who should be subject to a return procedure. But the reality of irregular migration and migration in general is that most people use both regular and irregular pathways to enter Europe. They use a combination of the two. And if we focus too much on this distinction between regular and irregular, we don't do justice to the way that the migration life cycle works. I think the other thing is that preparedness in one region, so in our case here in Greece, I think the Eastern Aegean and the border with Evros has been quite well prepared after the crisis. But challenges can arise elsewhere, and I think in the next panel we'll hear about some of those challenges from Libya, and those challenges which were previously affecting Italy have now affected Greece quite directly. And so one of the key components of the pact is preparedness for particularly this type of change in the nature of flows. But it is indeed a work in process. And as you say, there is a lot of governance on the ground. Many of these policies were developed and learned on the ground. And I think that will continue to be the case and begs the larger questions about the security situation south of Europe and east of Europe, which I think our next panel will get to in some detail.
Yeah, so I'll just do this real quickly. What happens if they accept the 28-point plan for peace in Ukraine? What happens if Ukraine falls? And then I'll pivot from that to this whole notion of solidarity, right? The 28-point plan is only a functioning plan for peace if you believe that the Russians are actually going to keep their side of the bargain, and you believe that after Volodymyr Zelensky is kicked out of office, because if he accepts that plan, that's what will happen, after he's going to get kicked out of office, corruption in Ukraine and political stability in Ukraine will increase rather than falling, right? I would suggest, just a suggestion, Russia is probably not going to keep its side of the deal because it hasn't done so in the past. And if Volodymyr Zelensky actually gets kicked out of office, corruption will increase and social stability will decrease in Ukraine. And none of that is good for Europe, right? None of that is good for Europe because we'll get more people coming into Europe, not fewer. The people that have come into Europe will not go back, they'll stay. That's actually a good thing in some ways, but terrible for Ukraine. We'll have so much corruption in Ukraine and organized crime coming from Ukraine that it will constitute a security threat all by itself. The Ukrainians will be so disappointed in what's going on in the United States, and let's face it, these are very traumatized people. They will organize under somebody who's probably going to do a deal with Russia, and that would be bad for us as well. There's just no good scenario that comes out of the loss of Ukraine, and that's before we imagine a complete military defeat of Ukraine, which I guess was the other possibility. That would be a disaster for European security, right? It would refocus our attention in ways that are making what we're doing right now much smaller. Now, if we think about this as a scenario, we have to ask ourselves, okay, how do we contain this threat? And here I have to break the bad news to you. When you're trying to keep the water supplies from diminishing or the forest from disappearing, you work with the people who live there. You don't get to pick and choose. Turkey is absolutely vital for European security. I know Turkey constitutes a threat to Greece in many respects. But Turkey is vital for European security, so we have to find a way to square that circle. We've been doing it for decades. We'll continue to do that. Part of it has to do with dealing with Turkey and making sure Turkey's on our team, right? I know we have a panel on that, so I won't dwell. How do we pay for all of this? There is very good economic studies that indicate that if we borrow the money for security now, the investment in increased military expenditure will actually generate enough growth that we'll be able to pay that back and start using taxes to finance it in the future, right? If we tax and use tax revenues to pay for the increase in European security right now, that will actually hurt growth. And the end result will be that we'll have weaker economies in the future. So we don't want to do that. We need to borrow the money now. It doesn't mean we're going to borrow forever. It just means that we need to borrow until the economy readjusts to the new industrial structures required to provide for that security, and we'll benefit from the growth in that, and we'll be able to use that growth to pay the taxes.
Okay.
Well, I also try to kind of link the questions a bit and try to be as brief as possible, because indeed very good, very deep questions on many levels. Let me probably start with a question on what links the question of financing with the question of F-16 and the question what happens to Ukraine. We still see, and we've touched upon it slightly in our debate, that the European Union is, with a security challenge in a military sense, is kind of forced to think about new instruments, new policies, a bit outside. Let's say not outside the treaties, but bending the treaties to the extent possible. Because we hadn't been doing that so far. So, of course, Turkey is a NATO partner, picking up on what you just said, but if the European Union is actually closer coordinated also on public procurement, on weapons purchase, on system purchases, actually these things might have ended differently in terms of at least in a better communication and coordinating between member states. At a certain point, what we at European level can do is kind of forcing the member states to come together. But most of the decisions in terms of defense policies, in terms of security policies, are still national ones. So we need to increase the level of coordination, also to make the best use of the money that we're having, like you just outlined. And when you look at the next MFF, actually the dedication to competitiveness and security, it's kind of super visible in the budget as such. And what we had been doing in the meantime is at least giving member states all leeways possible to use the money they have at hand, including instruments like SAFE and so on and so forth. So we are advancing on that. Does not necessarily mean that we're at the end of the process, but we are advancing on that. The question on the 28-point plan, I mean, we all remember this wonderful famous sentence from the Americans saying, who do I call if I want to have the European Union? Again, external policies, the very domain of member states. We can coordinate a lot. We need to coordinate better than we had been doing so far. We do have our High Representative for external policies. We now have the Defense Commissioner. So we are advancing, we are adapting to it. The direction is good. The pace could probably sometimes be a bit faster in terms of catching up. But now we are faced with a situation where actually we also need to ask the question back, who do we call in America? Is it Vance? Is it Rubio? Is it Witkoff? Is it Trump? So who is actually our counterpart, if you want to say so? So this is a new challenge we also need to adapt to and make sure that we, and you see, it all boils down to the very essence of we as European Union need to be able to stand up for our own security by all means, by the way, which is an historic challenge we hadn't been facing so far. And again, the direction is good, the pace it needs to be better at all levels. Adding to what happens if Ukraine loses, I mean, we have a very, in the prospect of even a military defeat, we have a neighbor which has basically broken all the promises he had given, whether they were in writing, in wording, in terms of speeches, in terms of pictures, videographics, everything. That is directly facing member states of the European Union. So this is not necessarily a very bright outlook. And we need to face that. Also one of the elements why we're in it together. And the last point, I mean, we could probably have a very own panel for roughly 5 hours minimum on the question of asylum and migration. The very essence, the very reason why I decided to enter into the negotiations on the pact was basically that the first ever mentioned common asylum and migration policies of the European Union dated back to 2015 and was basically scrambled in Council. So member states were not able to come to common terms when it comes to asylum and migration policies. We picked it up in 2019 and tried to start anew, making a very intensive tour de capitale. So we kind of visited each and every capital, looking out for room for maneuver, for common solutions. But one thing is very important to have in mind, which is a bit linked to your question. Even when we're looking now at the pact, which still needs to be implemented, by the way, by the member states up to mid-next year, even when we look at the pact, member states still have their own responsibility because it's a shared one at European level. So we can set the framework, we can support member states with the struggles they have, be it financially, be it in terms of personnel, be it in terms of common responses. But member states still have their own responsibility also in terms of asylum and migration, which is a bit linked to the question of integration. Integration is something member states need to do in terms of it's their policy. We can support best practice. We can do a bit of networking, so to say, at European level. But integration policies, for very good reasons actually, is placed at the very heart of the local community. Because you cannot just basically say in Brussels, for integration you need to do point A, B, C, D, E, and then it all works out. You need to integrate into your local communities, which is of course linked to the question of if you are not able to integrate for whatever reasons, there need to be consequences for that. Because at the European level, but also in all the member states, we do have a very distinct understanding of our democratic societies, of religious freedom, of the way we organize our societies, which gives a lot of freedom actually, also to each and every individual citizen in their country. And if you do not respect that, there need to be consequences.
Thank you, Lena. Karel.
Yeah, thank you for so many questions. Let's say a very interesting debate. Good to hear that also cross-section of views. I mean, the Trump plan of Europe, let's say, if it goes ahead, I think we can simply abandon our relationship with the United States and it's finished. Just mention one point. Let's say the US was asking, or Trump was asking, 100 billion from the frozen assets for the United States. Do you realize what they do? I mean, I hope, let's say, some of you may have read a book from Tommy Snyder about the relationship between the Trump 1 administration and Ukraine and Manafort and others. I mean, you remember, I mean, Trump was already fully involved in the affairs in Ukraine already before. He knows so many insights. Let's say he was, of course, blaming Biden's son all the time. He knows it very well. So, I mean, I would say, let's say, if this goes ahead, let's say, we can just forget the United States and we'll have to even faster, I think, let's say, start with the European army. Financing of defense, I said, we have all the capacity in Europe. Let's say, don't forget, we do like we don't have the money. We can borrow money on the markets. And that's what the EU is, by the way, doing in the SAFE plan with 180 billion, which they will borrow like we did with the Recovery and Resilience Facility. Europe has much more fiscal space than Japan, China, and the United States to do it. And we can do it because we have this thing, we shouldn't borrow too much. Of course, Greece knows this very, very well. But Europe overall, I mean, as I said, has a debt to GDP of 80%, which is 50% or more lower than the United States. We can go to the markets, it's just the willingness is there. Should we feel safe? I don't think so. We shouldn't feel safe. I mean, like I come from Belgium, let's say we had these drones both in the Belgian airport. Why did NATO not react to these drones? Why didn't they shoot at the drones? I don't know. There's a whole debate in Belgium at the moment. It was not only in Belgium, also in Denmark, in the Netherlands, in Germany. I mean, I don't understand. I asked the commander-in-chief, a former commander-in-chief of the Belgian army, why didn't we shoot at it? There was a procedure we had to follow, and the procedure said at the end, no. Guys, what is this? Is this the way, let's say, an army works? I don't understand. Let's say the cost for us is enormous, but we see what Russia is doing to us all the time, let's say, like the incursions over Romania, over Moldova, and over Poland, and so on. And we still do not react. Russia is testing us all the time. And I think certainly in the west of Europe, we feel far too safe. That is my feeling. And there's insufficient awareness, let's say, about these geopolitical threats to Europe. Also because Europe, I mean, I could come to the next element, as a political concept doesn't sufficiently exist. And I think one of the big problems which you have at European level is that Europe is in a sense an economic union, almost an economic union, not yet an economic union. We give the impression we are a political union, but we are not. And that's, I think, the big confusion in the minds of the people. We are not a political union because we don't have a directly elected European executive. So one of the things which we need to do if we want to have more accountability at European level is that we have something like a directly elected European Commission and European Council. I mean, honestly, I think, yeah, there is too much technocracy at European level. 80,000 or something people working for the European institution without kind of direct accountability. Only with the European Parliament there is accountability. But there should be also directly elected people on the top because they and then have that responsibility, and they can speak sovereignly for Europeans. Let's say that is extremely important. And finally, the question on the KBC bank account. I think this is an issue of applying the laws and making sure there is competition. And also there's an enforcement issue. I think the biggest issue which the European Commission has, European Commission makes plenty of laws. It is enforcing the laws, making sure that the laws we have are functioning and that the DGs in charge make sure they are applied. Because one of the big tasks of the European Commission is being the guardian of the treaty, which means making sure that what we have as laws are effectively applied. I see plenty of laws which are not applied. And this is, by the way, not only the responsibility of the DGs in charge, let's say, of those which have drafted the laws. We also have a DG, what they call competition, which has to ensure there is free competition in the European domain. And I say to them all the time, why don't you make sure there is free competition? Yeah, but it doesn't work for that and that and that reason, or we don't have the data and so on. But that is, again, extremely important. And you can write to them and say that you complain and that you don't find, let's say, that the laws are properly applied. Thank you.
Well, Kristin, Erik, Lena, Karel, thank you very much. I think we were privileged to have such a thrilling and interesting panel. I need to compliment those who had the idea of bringing these four guys together up here. I think it was a very interesting discussion. Thank you very much. Έχουμε να συνεχίσουμε από ένα σημείο που μας άφησε το προηγούμενο πάνελ αρκετά ενδιαφέρον, αλλά είμαι σίγουρος ότι το δεύτερο θα είναι ακόμη πιο ενδιαφέρον για εσάς και ελπίζω να είναι το ίδιο ενδιαφέρουσα και η δική σας συμμετοχή. Λοιπόν, το πάνελ έχει τίτλο «Η Τουρκία στη νέα παγκόσμια τάξη». Οι συνομιλητές μου είναι, αρχίζοντας από την άκρη, ο κύριος Jonathan Spire, είναι διευθυντής του Middle East Center for Reporting and Analysis, ο Soli Özel, γνώριμος φίλος εδώ και πάρα πολλά χρόνια από το Πανεπιστήμιο Καντιρχάς. Δίπλα του είναι ο κύριος Peter Millett, ο οποίος υπηρέτησε ως πρέσβης του Ηνωμένου Βασιλείου στη Λιβύη και είναι πρόεδρος του British Business Council, ξέρει την περιοχή νομίζω πάρα πολύ καλά και μπορεί να μας βοηθήσει. Και τέλος, ο κύριος Rubin, που είναι εκπροσωπεί το American Enterprise Institute, πολύ γνωστό και έγκυρο αυτό οργανισμό. So, let me rephrase a little bit the title of our panel discussion. Turkey in the New World Disorder. I think that we should take a look at how does this disorder reflects to the greater area, the Eastern Mediterranean, and of course, what role Turkey is playing in this environment, in this new environment. But we have to look a little bit at the Eastern Mediterranean picture and start by that. So, how should we start? Let me start with Rubin, please. And let me ask you, somebody said in the previous panel, Americans used to ask, when we need to speak with Europe, who do we call? And now the question is, if we need to speak with the United States, who do we call? Trump, Vance, Rubio? Is there an issue there? That's a journalistic question, I admit, but I start by that and then go on to your introductory remarks.
It's always a question about how you get to Trump or to one of his family members. And it's not only how you get to Trump, but you want to be the last person who talks to him before a decision needs to be made. But with that, just very, very briefly, looking at the idea of Turkey in the New World Disorder. There's an old joke about Turkey, about a Turkish academic who makes the wrong tweet and finds himself sentenced to 20 years in prison. And in his first day in prison, he goes to the prison library because he has a lot of time on his hands. And he asks the prison librarian, he comes in with a list of books and says, do you have any of these books? Because I have 20 years to chill. And the prison librarian looks over the list of books and says, oh, I'm so sorry. We don't have any of these books. We only have the authors. The fact of the matter is, Turkey has changed fundamentally. And one of the problems I believe that we still have in the United States is that we are much more willing to calibrate our policy towards Turkey, towards wishful thinking about what we want Turkey to be, rather than fully acknowledge what Turkey has become and the fundamental transformation that it has undergone under President Recep Tayyip Erdogan. At the same time, another issue we have when it comes to Turkey, I'll just very briefly go through the problems the United States has in conceptualizing this, because many of my co-panelists will then be able to flesh this out in their own commentary and so forth about the problems we face in the Eastern Mediterranean, is when the United States looks at problems in the region, and more broadly around the world. Let's say the issue of terrorism. It's much easier and almost comforting to look at terrorism and some of the instability, some of the threats Greece faces through the lens of grievance. Because if you accept that the root of the dispute is some sort of grievance, then it can be rectified by some combination of diplomacy, of incentives, bribes by another word, or some sort of give and take or process. What Americans tend not to understand is the fundamental role of ideology as a motivator. Sure, some people are motivated by grievance, but if Recep Tayyip Erdogan isn't truly motivated by grievance, if he's motivated by an ideology, how do you actually address that ideology? And if that ideology is rooted in a specific exegesis, a specific interpretation of religion, then that becomes an additional hurdle for the United States, because we have our own separation of church and state, and too often that makes any discussion of religion to be completely taken off the table in terms of policy. The American expression would be, it's a third rail, you just can't touch it. Now, the other problem we have going in is a concept of history. Americans can be navel gazers, and in terms of our policy and our policy creation and the way we view the world, let's face it, we've been known to be a little bit arrogant at times. The point of this is that every president that comes into the Oval Office, not just Donald Trump, the same is true with Joe Biden or with Barack Obama, believes that they have a blank slate, that history essentially starts over every 4 or 8 years. When I used to teach at the university, American political history, the ice-breaking question I would ask to my students was, what is your earliest political memory? When does really distant history start? And without exception, it was about 10 years. But sitting around that table, they thought nothing about moving 1,000 kilometers in order to get to that seminar room. Whereas when I'm in the Middle East, it's the exact opposite. Recent history starts 1,000 years ago, but people wouldn't dream of moving 10 kilometers away from their family. And so this also shapes the way the Americans understand or misunderstand. Now, the last point I would make before turning the floor back over would be a poker analogy. The United States has a tremendous ability to walk into a room or walk into a poker game with Recep Tayyip Erdogan with a full house, a royal flush, and get outbluffed by a pair of twos. And this isn't just a problem within the Trump administration, for whom perhaps this problem is acute, but it's been tremendous over time. Now, throughout my commentary, when I've said the United States, I specifically haven't said Europe, because I want to be more polite. But the fact of the matter is, on many of these issues, the problems that we see in the United States are compounded by some of the dynamics we saw or heard about the European Union more recently. People believing that a process, believing that a grievance negotiating grievance can rectify some of these problems, where Europe compounds the problem even more, is this belief that you can make concessions to large bullies by not having the European Union as a whole make the concession, but forcing Cyprus, forcing Greece to make the concession on behalf of an unrelated issue. And in terms of that, what we end up doing by also, and I hate to say this, in Europe today, not having this full concept of history that Europeans traditionally had, is we allow Recep Tayyip Erdogan to continually get away with elements that perhaps, seeing things in a larger picture, we'd be more cognizant of the broader strategy which he is applying. There's much more we can talk about. We can talk about the typhoons. We can talk about some of the other issues going in with regard to Israel and the Gaza Strip. But, you know, there's so many more people here that are best suited to talk about some of those specific issues. So with that scene setter, let me turn the floor back over.
Just to make your point clearer, when Trump arrived for the second time, we had no idea what his idea of the world would be and how he was going to act internationally. And the question was, if there is a new crisis between Greece and Turkey, like we had in the 80s or we had in 1996, when the American president picked up the phone, talked with somebody in Ankara, talked with somebody in Athens, and then the crisis, in a way, was settled. Would he bother to do it? Would he pick up the phone?
This is the danger. First of all, we've had a fundamental change in the way the State Department conceives of Turkey, in that now Turkey, the ambassadorship to Turkey goes to a political appointee. And many people in the State Department were quietly applauding, because that meant Yuri Kim couldn't have her lifelong ambition to be ambassador to Turkey. But what's dangerous right now is Tom Barrack can get on the phone and call Donald Trump, and the US ambassador to Greece will be at a nightclub selling vodka. And the fact of the matter is, it's a fundamental divergence there, which puts Greece at a disadvantage. When it comes to Trump's second term, look, it wasn't only Greeks that weren't sure how Trump was going to approach his second term. Americans didn't either, but analytically what a number of people said, that if Trump had won the 2020 election, and make no mistake, Trump lost the 2020 election, but if Trump had won the 2020 election, we wouldn't have many of the situations we have right now, because Trump, when he won in 2016, didn't understand how the mechanisms of government worked. It took him long to get his people into the security clearances to get in place. But now that they've had 4 years in exile, they were able to actually take what they learned and come up with a strategy which Trump lacked the first time around. And so that's now what we are seeing, but which wasn't necessarily clear to us when Trump got elected in 2024.
Thank you. I would normally I would ask Soli Özel to speak to break the ice and speak first, but I would like to ask him to wait and take the floor fourth before, and I would ask Peter Millett to please take the floor.
Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be back in Thessaloniki, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me. Just as an introduction, as a bit of an additional scene setter, my experience is mainly in Libya, and I would like to use what's happened in Libya in the last 10 years to illustrate what I see, and I defer to Professor Özel, about Turkish foreign policy. So 3 elements of Turkish foreign policy. The first is what they call strategic autonomy and projecting power as a middle-ranking power. So in 2019, when Field Marshal Haftar attacked Tripoli, Turkey filled the vacuum. The EU did not respond to the recognized government and their appeal for help, because there's always been division between Paris and Rome as to who was the #1 country in Europe dealing with Libya. The US was disinterested. So when President Fayez Sarraj appealed to Ankara for help, the Turkish army came in, countered Field Marshal Haftar, who was supported by the Russian group, Wagner Group, it was one of the first times that Bayraktar drones were used effectively against Russian anti-aircraft missiles, and pushed the Russians and Haftar back to the middle of the country. But it was a good example of maybe strategic autonomy, because they did it by themselves, but it was also Turkey projecting itself as a middle-ranking power and playing a role in the Middle East. The second element of Turkish foreign policy is what we all know as the Blue Homeland. And so on the back of that military intervention, Turkey negotiated a memorandum of understanding, which I'm sure many people are aware of, which drew a line across the territorial waters between the east of Libya and Turkey, which cut straight across what Greece rightly sees as its territorial waters and its exclusive economic zone. They got that agreement immediately. They also have agreements on drilling in that area, but it was an extension of the Blue Homeland. I would link that also to my third point, which is that Turkey is very effective at linking political security and commerce. More effectively, certainly more effectively, I represent the Libya British Business Council. Our government is very bad at doing that, and many other governments are not good at that. I think Mr. Trump is very good at linking political, military, and commerce. But on the back of the military intervention, they got a political win, and then they were getting commercial benefits out of this, both in the west of Libya, but now, almost unbelievably, also in the east of Libya. So they are now doing business deals with the very people that they were fighting against 4 or 5 years ago. And as an example of that, I was in Benghazi with a trade delegation this time last year. I had 12 British companies. In the airport, there were 35 major Turkish companies now doing business with the east of Libya. Field Marshal Haftar, his son Saddam Haftar have been in Ankara. They get to see people at the highest level. So Turkey is playing that game very effectively. What does that mean for Greece? It means that there is a problem in terms of the drilling for oil south of Crete. Greece has the support of most of the international community and the European Union. All those countries that are signatories to the law of the sea will recognize that Greece is right in defining its territorial waters in accordance with the law of the sea. But I have to say that I think Greece has been a little bit slow in the game. When I was working in Libya, Greece was not a player at all. And it was only in response to what Turkey did in 2019 and 2020 that Greece responded, but they responded by saying, well, if Turkey's talking to these guys, we need to talk to the opposition. Now I think the Greek foreign minister and the defense minister are playing a more sensible game, but they have to recognize that when it comes to drilling for oil, the very sensitive issue of migration, which we can come to, that the Libyan players that they are talking to are solely transactional. It's what can we get out of this for ourselves. The Turks are playing that game because they can do a give and take. But I think Greece and the Greek government is going to struggle to offer their Libyan interlocutors what the Libyan interlocutors are looking for, which is corruption and money. That's a bit of a scene setter to see where the questions come from.
Thank you very much, Peter Millett. Thank you very much. Now, I turn to Jonathan Spire, who will give us the view from Jerusalem to the picture.
Thank you very much. And so, yeah, if I may, I'm going to, I guess, focus on the New World Disorder bit of the title, or at least the new regional disorder bit coming from the Middle East. And then only at the end, we'll say a couple of words about how I see Turkey fitting into that picture. Well, everybody here is aware, of course, that we have just come through 2 years of war in our Middle East region. And regarding this, let me suggest the following framework for understanding. Prior to the war, prior to October 7th, 2023, it was common for analysts and observers in my country, in Israel, to, a little bit simplistically, but nevertheless, I think usably, characterize the essential contest in the region as consisting of a competition between a number of power blocs, the first of which being Islamic Republic of Iran and its various allies and proxies, Assad regime, Hezbollah in Lebanon, and so on and so forth. The second being a much looser gathering of states broadly aligned with the United States and threatened by Iran, and maybe centering on the Abraham Accords countries, Israel, United Arab Emirates, and others. And then the third interesting bloc being a kind of emergent alliance on the basis of a kind of shared commitment to Sunni political Islam of the Republic of Turkey, Emirate of Qatar, and a number of satellites around that central axis. So 3 gatherings in this respect competing with one another. And in this respect, I think it's useful to see the war of the last 2 years as a battle between the first 2 of those gatherings. That's to say, Hamas movement in Gaza in a certain sense was an anomaly because it was aligned at least partially with Islamic Republic of Iran, but at the same time it was itself a Sunni Islamist organization with lots in common, perhaps more with the Turkish and Qatari bloc. But from this point of view, I think we can say that October 7th, 2023 may have been a Sunni jihadi event par excellence. But all the days that followed were characterized or defined by Hamas's alliance with the Islamic Republic of Iran and its bloc, and therefore the piecemeal and partial mobilization of that bloc in support of Hamas and against Israel, and Israel's efforts against that bloc. And without going into huge detail, which I won't, about how exactly the thing played out and what followed what, I think that we can draw the conclusion that in the course of the subsequent 2 years, or at least from summer of 2024 onwards until the ceasefire on October 10th of this year, the dynamic of the conflict consisted of Israel, one by one, dealing with each of these players and delivering very telling blows against all of them without destroying any of them, with one interesting exception that I'll get to in a moment. Which means that at the end of the war, we come into a situation where the balance between these powers or power blocks has changed very significantly, but none of the major players has exited the stage. Israel comes out of the war 2 years on, certainly in terms of hard power in the Middle East at least. I understand the question of soft power and legitimacy more broadly is a much more complicated question, but certainly in terms of hard power in the Middle East, Israel comes through these 2 years, having made a number of points clear that it is able to project power all the way across the region, up to and including over the skies and on the ground in Iran, that it is able to take on any of its opponents or any combination of its opponents in conventional battle and defeat them, and that its society, importantly, that its society is capable of sustaining a long conflict without beginning to fray at the seams. So Israel comes out of it strengthened, the Iranians very tellingly weakened, but not destroyed. And the Turks and Qataris, of course, this other bloc standing on the side and not involved. Now, just a couple of words now on how Turkey fits into this. I mentioned that the Iran-led regional bloc, with one notable exception, has come through the matter diminished, but not destroyed. The one notable exception, of course, in this regard was the Assad, the late unlamented, I think, or hope, Assad regime in Syria, which was not only damaged, but also destroyed. Notably and interestingly, not by Israel, but as a byproduct of Israel's weakening of other components of the Iran-led regional bloc, rendering them unable to intervene in Assad's defense, as they had done in the past, and most importantly, Iran and Hezbollah itself. The result of which being Sunni political Islam comes to power in Syria. Israel creates a vacuum, in a certain sense, but the vacuum is not filled by a friend of Israel. It's filled by a Sunni jihadi movement. From this point of view, one of the great victors, or the beneficiary at least, of this process is Turkey and its allies. Not because Mr. Jolani's movement is an ally or creation of Turkey, it was not, but because Turkey made possible, perhaps even inadvertently, the advance of HTS by guaranteeing that area of northwest Syria from 2017 onwards that it did, and because very tangibly since the coming to power of Jolani has looked around and realized the only ones who can provide him with the things he needs in terms of building a new military, building a new state structure, is Turkey. And Turkey is doing it from August 25 strategic agreement. Which means that on this I'll conclude these initial remarks, which means that when we look at the big picture in our region, as the smoke clears, so to speak, and I hope it is clearing, from 2 years of warfare, what we see is that all the power blocks still exist, that one of them, the Iranians, is significantly weakened, but that the other one, Israel and its friends, have not been the sole beneficiaries of the weakening of Islamic Republic of Iran. Rather, what is happening is that Turkey, at least in the case of Syria, and I think also perhaps to a lesser extent also in the case of Gaza, if things go in a particular direction, and I can develop that further if people want me to, Turkey and Qatar stand to be, in a certain sense, among the chief beneficiaries, actually, of the retreat and partial demise of the Iran-led regional bloc as a result of the war of the last 2 years. And perhaps just one final point to say, I think, and this goes back to something which my colleague Michael Rubin said at the beginning regarding the issue of ideology, I think one of the ways to understand this in order not to draw simplistic conclusions is that the reason why our side, so to speak, has not been the sole beneficiary is because our victory is partial, not only in the sense that we have not completely destroyed the Iran-led power bloc, but also because the ideologies that underlie both that power bloc and other players in the region, namely ideologies related to the stream of, I guess you could call it revolutionary political Islam in both its Sunni and Shia iterations, is very much not defeated and indeed remains, I would say, probably the most powerful and most popular set of ideas and ideology currently active in our region. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Jonathan. But let me clarify one point. It's obvious that Turkey is one of the beneficiaries of the crisis over Gaza. But does it mean that Turkey comes into a new dynamic of in its relations with Israel? Is Syria the bloc where Israel and Turkey compete, and could it be Gaza too?
Yeah, great. It's a great question. So first of all, with regard to Gaza, obviously you have we all have the 28-point plan on Ukraine that we've been discussing, and we have also the president's 20-point plan. We get the smaller plan with regard to Gaza. Much of what the answer to this question, I think, will depend on how the 20-point plan is implemented, or indeed if it is implemented. Right now, we're entering into a period which I think could last months and maybe even years, in which the second phase of the 20-point plan is supposed to be implemented, and it's supposed to end up with, very, very optimistically in my opinion, but it's supposed to end up with the undefeated, or at least undestroyed, Hamas enclave in Gaza, which currently still rules over 47% of the Strip and the great majority of its population. The second phase of implementation of the 20-point plan is meant to end with Hamas dismantling itself and leaving the area. Since that's not going to happen quickly and may well not happen at all, I think that Turkey stands to be a major beneficiary of its tacit alliance with Hamas. And in this regard, let me say that we are aware of a discussion now going on within Hamas, within the Hamas leadership, in which many among the Hamas leadership are asking the following question. Was it a good idea for us to have aligned ourselves with the Shia and with Iran? Where does that seem to have got us? It seems to have got us to a great deal of destruction and death. Perhaps we should do better to try to align more closely with our other friends, the people who allowed us to have a very active office in Istanbul, who gave us passports to travel across the region, and so on and so forth. So I think Turkey, if things go a certain way in Gaza, could stand to be a very major beneficiary of this situation. And yes, I think this will be a component in the continued ongoing deterioration between relations between Turkey and Israel, and maybe a major point of friction. And lastly, the other point of friction, which is already becoming apparent, absolutely yes, is Syria. Because whilst HTS's victory may have been of benefit to Turkey, and I think Turkey hopes, as HTS hopes, as Jolani Amin hopes, to create a new, united, strong, centralized Sunni Islamic Syria in alliance with Turkey, Israel has a very, very different view of what's going on and a very, very different view of what the future of Syria should be, which it is able and prepared to try to enforce on the ground, at least in the areas close to Israel's borders. And we're seeing that on a daily basis as events are playing out in southern Syria. So you have both Israeli deep concerns about the emergent regime in Syria, a completely different perception of what the future in Syria should be. Israel prefers a federal, decentralized Syria with rights for minorities. Turkey and HTS want something quite different. And the ability of both sides, both Turkey and Israel, to seek to, let's say, advance their cause through all available means, considerable means, which means, yeah, friction is absolutely going to be taking place. And I wouldn't want to predict the heights to which that might reach in the period ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, let me turn to Soli Özel. Soli, there are a number of questions for you. How is Turkey changing? In what way? And where is Turkey heading to? How does its internal political dynamics change? What comes next? How Turkey's relation with the West, if we are still allowed to use this term, if West exists, but how Turkey now understands this relationship, and lastly, what are Turkey's ambitions, Turkey's policy in the Eastern Mediterranean and, of course, towards Greece? That's a number of questions, and I know that you have a flight to catch, so we'll...
Well, first of all, I'm from Izmir, Smyrna, and it's always fascinating for me to come to Thessaloniki because no two cities can be such twins. I just walked on your shore, and it's just Izmir shore. And I'm very happy to be here for the third time. I'm usually the bearer of, let's say, unconventional views. Sometimes it comforts you, sometimes it annoys you, and sometimes it angers you. And I may do the same again. And the thing is, everything that has been said and the title would lead me to also reflect on the Middle East a little bit, because nobody mentioned the Gulf Arab countries, nobody mentioned their interests, and nobody mentioned that Israel today has almost replaced Iran as their main security concern. Without mentioning this, I don't think you can actually have an objective assessment of the politics of the Middle East. It cannot really be reduced to what Israel and Turkey may or may not do in the future, in my judgment. But I'll come to your questions. We now have a record-breaking indictment of 4,000 pages. against the twice elected mayor of, or 3 times elected mayor of Istanbul, for whom 2,352 years of jail time is being asked. This is pretty fantastic. And it tells you something about where the politics of the country is. On the other hand, I would also think, and this is going to relate to your question about the 2 components of the probably no longer existing as such West. It should have been of interest what goes on domestically in Turkey to the 2 components of the West, and they are singularly blind to Turkey's domestic politics in terms of how it might reflect in the future for their interests and for actually Turkey's relations with them. We do have probably as big a societal dynamic opposing the direction we're on as we've ever had before. How this will end up, I really have no idea. But I can say that the total disregard for any values and principles on the part of the Trump administration and total hypocrisy on the part of the European Union as to what kind of country Turkey is, actually is one of the main sources of remaining in power for our current government, because I think the societal opposition is deep, and I think that it would be very difficult to reinvigorate the consent and legitimacy reproduction of the Erdogan administration as it had been before. And that is, I think, our reality. How this will all end domestically, we'll all see together. Where is Turkey heading to? No, I'm not a bit, but I'm usually very annoyed, especially coming from the United States. Is Turkey an ally or just a pain in the neck? Turkey provides 40% of all aerial information, intelligence over the Black Sea. It has been doing so forever. It has been partnering, it has been actually active in exercises of NATO, even in areas where it really has no reason to be in that, meaning the Baltics. And whatever the political problems it may have generated within NATO militarily, it has been an impeccable partner. It has been an impeccable member. So when people think of whether or not Turkey ought to be a member of NATO or not be a member of NATO, I'll come to the EU in a moment. And I know that in Greece there are those who think that the border of Europe should be drawn in the middle of the Aegean. I suggest to you to think again, for those who think that way, would you prefer a Turkey that is not in NATO, or would you prefer a Turkey that is in NATO? That is not an unserious question. It's a question that really, really requires deep thinking and not emotional reactions. And I think the last 10 to 12 years have shown that whatever Turkey's aspirations may have been, it will not diverge from its Western orientation in terms of its security, not in the short run. And that is something I think the Greek public and the Greek administrations ought to take into consideration when they reflect on how they should treat relations with Turkey. By the way, I mean, even in your introduction, you said Greece sees Turkey as a threat. Turkey just doesn't see Greece as a threat. I mean, I walked a lot yesterday in your streets. I heard a lot of Turkish, okay? And the driver who took me here said that he goes to Istanbul 3 times a year with his private car. He has those friends in Kapalı Çarşı that he mentioned by name. My sense is maybe the political systems in our countries, especially in this country, do not yet catch up with societal developments that had been fairly favorable to coexistence and understanding than before. I leave the Cyprus issue on the side. I'll come to it later if I'm asked. Then you may not like what I say. So the relations with the West security-wise is going to remain. The real question that I would ask is, first of all, if Turkey is a member of the Security West, why is it always Turkey and the West, Turkey versus the West, and it's not Turkey as part of the West in the discussions? Because language gives a lot away. If that is the language you use, you never are going to be treating your counterpart as an equal partner or as a member of your community. And if you don't treat it as a member of the community, then you really do not have much ground to be complaining about what it does or does not do when there are disagreements. Secondly, I never hear anyone complaining about Hungary. Why not? Or maybe Slovakia. And so I would basically, I cannot recommend anything, but I would invite people to be maybe a bit more even-handed and then perhaps a bit more generous in the way they look at the country. What are Turkey's ambitions? Okay, and if I may now, I can turn to the real title of the symposium, Turkey in the New World Disorder. So there are two parts. There is Turkey and then there is the New World Disorder. We are we are in the famous, I suppose some of you would be familiar with an Italian Marxist by the name of Antonio Gramsci. And Gramsci's most famous quote is, "The old is dead, the new is yet to be born, and we are in an interregnum where monstrous things are going to happen." Okay? And this is where we are. All right. So we don't know exactly where we're going. Did you, a year and a half ago, expect that Trump would be reelected? And that if he were reelected, he would actually be trying to sign an agreement with Russia in order to make profits? This is the Wall Street Journal piece today, which is very long. These are unthinkable things, okay? That a president of the United States would personally profit from diplomatic moves, diplomatic steps, brokering agreements and stuff like that. So in that sense, the very few things that we know are the following. One, although the new world is being built in Asia, the hot trouble spots are in our region, Europe, Caucasus, the Middle East, okay? And secondly, it is assumed, and I think not wrongly, that for the relevant future, we're going to have a multilateral world, multipolar world, albeit an asymmetrically multipolar world, meaning China and the United States will have overwhelmingly more power than all the others that will be seeking to get a place in the sun. And so when you read the literature about the future, about a multipolar world and whatever, I would say 9 out of 10 commentators cite Turkey as one of those countries that are going to be middle or medium-sized power, okay? And Turkey's location, history, and a lot of other things really place it there. So what does it want to do? Yes, the strategic autonomy thing obviously is big, as Peter Millett said. I just finished with a colleague of mine a piece on basically saying the concept was bunk. But that's, yes, exactly. You want to be influential around you. You want to be able to protect your interests the best way you can. But again, the 2011 to 2021 inclination to be a lone wolf has failed. I disagree with you that the Qatar-Turkey axis has been aloof, therefore was not really affected by the developments that had taken place not just in the last 2 years, but in the last 5 or 6 years. They may be beneficiaries, but I don't think those benefits are as superlative as was discussed here. Turkey's ambitions are to be an economic center for all the regions around it, and then to be an indispensable power. And my last point is going to be the following, and this is more for the Europeans. It looks to me that the Trump administration, to the extent that the Trump administration has set goals and agendas and actually has the discipline to systematically pursue those, they want Turkey to be part of their vision for the Middle East, which is why Turkey and Saudi Arabia were designed or were presented as the custodians of the new Syrian regime. Whether or not that regime has staying power, we will see in a moment. And the insistence on putting Turkey perhaps on the Gaza peace core against the objections of the Israelis, all of those suggest that the United States places Turkey in the Middle East, in the Caucasus, and possibly in the Black Sea to the extent that they will be interested in that. And I think it was Erik who said it. Who will you count on in Europe to actually fight, to defend Europe? To wish Turkey out of the equation is a fantasy. So the question is, do you engage with it whether or not you like its ruler? There are plenty of disliked rulers with whom you do engage with. Or do you try to keep it away from things or alienate it, which actually then makes it a much less controllable, much less containable power? To me, European engagement with Turkey on an egalitarian basis, membership is not in the EU is not really any longer a realistic anything, okay? One has to think of the context we're living in, which is very different from the context we have lived in for a long time, and therefore create strategies, come up with opinions that reflect the needs of the current period and not the past period.
Thank you very much, Soli. If you allow me two brief questions. One, when Erdogan was imprisoned as a mayor of Istanbul, a number of European politicians came to Istanbul to show solidarity. Greek politicians too at the time. Imamoglu is imprisoned. 3 European leaders visit Turkey while he's on trial and don't say a word about him. The day the British Prime Minister was in Turkey, Imamoglu was indicted as a British spy, and the British Prime Minister said no, not a word about this fantasy. So doesn't that mean that Europe is engaging with Turkey in the way you suggested, maybe in a too cynical way? Cynical.
Really? Europe and cynicism, my God, I never would have thought. It's worse than that. It's utterly hypocritical. You know, I mean, this is not about Gaza. I think all of pretensions by many of the Western powers on principles and values are now under the rubble of Gaza. And therefore, if the Europeans wish to be taken seriously about anything, especially the moral high ground, they would really have to reflect on what they've done. And you're absolutely right. Not only that, Merz came 2 days later. He had nothing to say either. Ursula von der Leyen never has anything to say, neither does Kallas. So our relations with the European Union are basically transactional. And in the worst possible way, which is very strange because that happened in Bosnia as well when Bosnia was being attacked. The Bosnians claimed that they were standing up for European values. Some Europeans didn't particularly care. And if I'm correct in presenting to you, hopefully beyond my own political inclinations, that the Turkish society struggle today is really worthy of at least recognition, because the EU cannot determine what goes on in Turkey. then one would expect slightly more consistency between words that are uttered and policies that are pursued. Because even if those words are uttered, Turkey's economic relations with Europe will not change. The fact that Turkey will also need Europe in terms of security, especially if Ukraine falls, that will not change. All those historical relations are not going to change. So this is worse than cynical, it's pitiful.
And my second main question is this. You said Turkey, in the US way of looking at our area, Turkey fits Middle East, Caucasus, Black Sea, and Turkey sees itself as a middle power, having essential in terms of economy and security for all the neighbors in its area. Where do you think relations with Greece fit in that view?
As far as the Americans are concerned, that I would not. But I mean, of course, when I said the Middle East, I also meant Eastern Mediterranean, honestly. And there was a rumor at some point that the Americans were working on a plan over Cyprus. Then they denied it, but then denial doesn't really mean much, does it? So if that happens too, then you've got to put together a plan on Cyprus, much more engagement in Lebanon, and at least seemingly a lot of engagement in Syria. Maybe that is part of a projection of a vision. Again, whether they have the discipline to pursue this, whether or not this particular vision would basically be contradicted by what Israel wishes to do, both in Lebanon and in Syria, those really remain to be seen. But I really don't see why the Americans would want bad relations between Turkey and Greece. I honestly do not see why Turkey and Greece ought to have bad relations. We'll see what the next round of Cyprus issue will go. Cyprus has been a poison well since 1954 in the relations. I think it's high time that it was one way or another, hopefully peacefully be resolved. But I mean, I see Turkey and Greece's interests not colliding, but I see them definitely could potentially be redefined as mutually beneficial and definitely constructively.
Okay. Now, let me turn to you, Michael. How do you see, how do you think the Trump administration sees Turkey and sees Turkey fitting with Greece? Just yesterday, we had an interview by Tom Barak in Kathimerini saying that Greece and Turkey are two bricks, and United States have to provide the cement to fix them together. What does that mean?
I can say with confidence that the way that Trump views Turkey and views Recep Tayyip Erdogan in particular is as an intermediary to which he can farm out problems. In exchange, he's willing to give Recep Tayyip Erdogan certain concessions. For example, throwing Kurds in Syria largely under the bus. Perhaps allowing Turkey a foothold in Gaza despite the lack of popularity of that. The problem is that for Trump, despite his ambitions, despite his bluster, is that he alone doesn't control the American government. When Namık Tan, who used to be Turkey's foreign ministry spokesman and an ambassador to Israel from Turkey, became the ambassador of Turkey to the United States, he talked about how the Congressional Turkish Caucus was a metric by which to judge Turkish influence in Washington. And at the time, it counted more than 200 members. Today, if I'm not mistaken, the Congressional Algae Caucus, the caucus and coalition of congressmen dealing with the problem of algae off our coasts, is larger than the Congressional Turkey Caucus. There's also a concern, And this is where I'd respectfully disagree a bit with Soli about the role and trust of Turkey in the region. I've had this conversation with Qataris, and I would have this conversation with Turks as well, but there's a backlash looming. Just as perhaps during the first term of the Trump administration, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu erred by spiking the football a little bit too much, to use an American sports analogy, and created a backlash among Democrats. Because of Trump's embrace of Erdogan over the comfort and desire of many in Congress, many in the State Department, I suspect that when Trump is out of office, the US-Turkish relationship will face a backlash. When it comes to NATO, it does not matter how many troops a country has in theory in NATO. As with the Libya conflict, when NATO decides on military action, there's a conference, and every country determines how many troops they are going to give to that mission. And if they do not give as many troops as they have on paper, their influence isn't what it necessarily will be. We also have the problem, and Soli had talked about this in a different context, of this indictment and how, excuse my summary of this, but how much bullshit was in the indictment of Ekrem İmamoğlu. This raises a question about how much anyone should be able to trust intelligence which is being generated from Turkey. And perhaps the time has come, not only in the United States, but in Europe as well, to have an audit of that intelligence to see for how long the process was corrupted and how much can be relied upon. As we look forward, I worry, first of all, that the problem isn't just Erdogan. Just like in the United States, Trump has redefined the political formula. And when Trump is gone, we have to worry about Trump's playbook, not only among other Republicans, but also among Democrats. Will Trumpism last beyond Trump? In Turkey, one of the questions that we need to look at in the United States, but much more seriously in Europe, is whether Erdoganism is going to last beyond Erdogan. And here I have some deep, deep concerns about the center-left in Turkey, specifically the CHP, the Republican People's Party, which instead of standing on principles of liberalism and traditional center-left principles, seems to try to out-Erdogan in terms of some of the poisonous nationalism. And that can indoctrinate a new generation. And so I have deep, deep concerns moving forward. But what I can say with a high degree of confidence is that this surprising apex of US-Turkey cooperation is going to be followed very, very quickly within about 2 years by what I suspect is going to be a very deep nadir.
Thanks, Michael. Περιμένω τις ερωτήσεις σας, τις ετοιμάζετε φαντάζομαι, αλλά στο μεταξύ. Since experts on Libya is a very rare species and we are lucky to have one among us, the simple question is this. There seems things are going on in the maritime zone between Libya, Greece, and the interests of Turkey through the Turkish-Libyan memorandum that you mentioned. Big players, big American companies are involved, plans are made. How do you see this play out?
I think from a Libyan point of view, they don't want conflict. They, earlier this year, they launched a new bidding round with new blocks, 11 onshore, 11 offshore. The offshore blocks were not in the area which is contested with Greece. I know that soon Chevron is going to be drilling in the area south of Crete. That whether Turkey will react to that as they did 4 or 5 years ago when I think it was ENI or Total were trying to drill off the coast of Cyprus and brought in warships. I don't know the answer as to whether Turkey would challenge Chevron drilling in the area. But I get the sense that Turkey does not want conflict, but they will not move from their legal position, that this is a legally valid agreement. They've tried to get the Libyan parliament to ratify that agreement. I don't think the Libyan parliament will ever ratify that because the Libyan parliament or the House of Representatives is strongly influenced by Egypt. And this is an area where, despite the fact that Erdogan and Sisi have been talking and there's talk about cooperation, this is an issue on which they will continue to have disagreement. So I think it will play out whether Trump or the Americans or the Europeans would intervene to prevent conflict as they have done in the past. I would hope that they would. So I don't have a clear answer, but I think it will muddle along and muddle through, but without serious conflict. If I may, Pavlos, I'd just like to pick up a point from the earlier discussion. You mentioned the British Prime Minister and not raising the issue of Imamoglu. First of all, I have to say I don't represent the British government. I'm quite pleased at the moment that I don't represent the British government. But I was trained in diplomacy to value international law. And I was trained that in each country we would go to, there was a balance to be struck between our values and our interests. Values being respect for international law, human rights, the Millennium Development Goals and all of that. All of that seems to, this is the disorder point of the title. That's gone out of the window. The idea of respecting international law, I hope it's still out there somewhere. The idea of a prime minister going to, whether it's China or Saudi Arabia or Turkey, and raising human rights, I think the focus is very strongly on interests. Part of that equation is the reduction in overseas development aid. I mean, the idea of supporting things like women's health and women's education and so forth. Well, the international US aid has gone. Even the British government, which used to be committed to 0.7% of GDP, has now down to 0.3. So I regret that our foreign policy now is focusing on disorder, and it's focusing on each country's interests and forget about the values. And I think that's very sad.
It is. Thank you. Now, my last question goes to Jonathan. Let me come back to the issue. We hear that the balance of relations between Ankara and Jerusalem, between Israel and Turkey. On the one hand, there's a rhetoric by some, in some journalistic outlets and politicians in Israel that Turkey is the new Iran, is the new threat for the security of Israel. On the other hand, in Turkey, we see some efforts to bridge the gap with Israel and play down the contest between Israel and Turkey in Syria, especially in Gaza. So what is your assessment? What is the balance in these relations right now?
Sure. Well, with regard to the state of the relations, I mean, as you know, or at least in our system, and I think it comes from the English language system, the country defines other countries as allies or friends or enemies, but there is also a concept of a rival. This is a country which is certainly antithetical to our interests, but at the same time we're not yet at the point of open conflict. And I think Turkey exists somewhere along that continuum, but I think that we have been getting over the last 2 years really quite close to crossing over at certain points towards the enemy definition. With regard to the issue of potential Turkish involvement in the international stabilization force in Gaza, I think it won't happen. And I think the reason it won't happen is because what Israel will say to its American friends is, look, if you want to keep Turkey in the category of rival and not enemy, one thing you absolutely have to do is not allow Turkish soldiers to get anywhere near the Gaza Strip. Because if they do, then the potential for grandstanding on the part of the Turkish regime, and as a result, the real potential for clashes in a not at all comedy environment, if I can put it that way, as somebody who entered Gaza 5 times in the course of the last 2 years, the last time was 2 weeks ago, is very real. So I think that this will not happen, and that's a function of actually not how good things are, but quite how bad things have got. And that's why these points of friction will, I think, be reduced. Work will need to be done to reduce these frictions. I think with regard to Syria, it's a little bit more difficult to avoid potential friction, simply because, as I mentioned earlier, of what I see at least as the diametrically opposed ambitions of the countries with regard to Syria. I think what the United States is trying to do, and is going to try to do, is to essentially divide Syria into kind of areas of influence, and to say, well, Israel is going to have an area of influence to ensure its security close to the border. Turkey, of course, is going to be aligned with this emergent regime, Islamist regime in Damascus, and there'll be an attempt to keep the two somehow divided from one another geographically. That's, I think, probably what should be done. That's what one would expect the United States diplomacy to do, and I think it'll do it. Whether it will work is another point entirely. And in this regard, let me just say, as somebody who's covered Syria fairly closely over the last 12 years, really, that just a quick point on this is to say the following. We heard earlier about European cynicism and how this can be a detrimental aspect. I would say, if I was looking at it from Turkey's point of view, one should perhaps also be grateful to some degree for European cynicism. The fact of the matter is that almost unreported in European media, the new regime in Damascus has carried out the sectarian killings, or it and forces aligned with it have carried out the sectarian killings of around 6,000 people since coming to power. It is a fact also that the Turkish government has never condemned the October 7th massacres and its president refers to Hamas as a group of mujahideen. It's a direct quote. It is also a fact, and I know this because I was the journalist who in northern Syria revealed it, that the Turkish government and Islamist forces aligned with it have been maintaining their own prison system in northwest Syria, into which 8,000 Syrian civilians have disappeared without trace in the course of the last half-decade, none of which has been accounted for. And not a squeak about any of this, not from European media or European governments. So I think from this point of view, European cynicism could be said to be a double-edged sword, and many also benefit from it, in addition to perhaps complaining about it.
Thanks, Jonathan. Λοιπόν, είναι η ώρα σας. Αν ερωτήσεις, υπάρχουν μικρόφωνα, ναι, βλέπω ένα χέρι εδώ. Να επαναλάβω, μην το κάνατε στο προηγούμενο, το τηρήσατε με ευλάβεια. Μην ρωτήσετε σαν δημοσιογράφοι, ρωτήστε σαν κανονικοί άνθρωποι. Δηλαδή μια σύντομη ερώτηση με ερωτηματικό στο τέλος.
Akis Dagazian, Consulat Honorum of the Republic of Armenia in Thessaloniki, covering northern Greece. First of all, congratulations to all of you and to all panelists and the moderator. We all are wiser today. 2 questions, mostly for Mr. Rubin and Mr. Özel. Mr. Rubin, how constructive you think was the role of President Trump in the current normalization peace process between Armenia and Azerbaijan, and how effective you feel this Trump route for international peace and prosperity could be? And another question for Mr. Özel. Mr. Özel, how confident you feel that Armenia and Turkey can normalize their relations? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Please take a note of the questions. We'll gather 2 or 3 before we give answers. Εκεί, ναι. Παρακαλώ.
Good afternoon, and thank you all for coming. Over the years, Turkey has shown an interest in joining the European Union to an extent. Clearly, we are quite far from that happening, but to put it bluntly, from a very Greek perspective, with Imamoglu, as was mentioned, facing a 1,000-year prison sentence, with incidents like the Turkish trawlers entering Greek waters escorted by Turkish frigates, and the long-ignored, in Europe at least, issue of Cyprus. Should we even consider the possibility of Turkey in the European Union? Thank you.
Ποιος έχει το μικρόφωνο? Ναι.
A question mainly addressed to Mr. Rubin and Mr. Spire. How do you judge the role of the state of Qatar in the crisis of Middle East and generally its role in the area?
Νομίζω και ένας κύριος πίσω είχε ζητήσει το λόγο. Όχι. Ναι. Ωραία.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you for being here. I have a question for Mr. Özel specifically, forgive me for the mispronunciation. You have consistently supported that the so-called West should consider Turkey as a full member of its sphere of interest. Considering that Turkey has taken multiple violations and provocative actions against two members of that sphere, while also going against Western values by committing human rights violations against Kurdish people and at the same time undermining democratic values. Do you think that at some point the West should finally draw a red line and say that's enough?
Thank you. Να δώσουμε... Ναι, ελάτε. 1, 2.
Thank you. I want to address the question to every speaker, whoever wants to answer. There is a new factor in the Middle East called the Kurdish factor. So how do the speakers see the Kurdish movement evolving and how this is going to change politics in the Middle East?
Okay, thank you. Και μία ακόμη ερώτηση, ένα χέρι που είδα.
So I wanted to ask the following. I understand that Turkey wants to become a factor in finances and in energy and everything, and of course everybody would like to do the same. And creating also claims, let's say, by adopting names like Turkagian or signing treaties like with Libya, and would that maybe in the future mean that those created claims then could lead to territorial claims? And if that would happen, do we really have the impression that, or the feeling that Europe or the NATO would intervene, or that would be a collateral loss like in another plan of I don't know how many points? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Λοιπόν, ας δοκιμάσουμε να πάρουμε τις απαντήσεις. Soli, would you please start, because you might have to leave.
The blue homeland is basically dead, in comatose. No, you said it, because the agreement with Libya was a function of that. There is something called the security dilemma in international relations. So when does blue homeland, by the way, I wrote against it, don't misunderstand me, but I just, given that this is also a shadow play, one should be sensitive to each move. EastMed Forum is founded, and the country with the longest shore on the East Mediterranean is not part of it. It is definitely against it. And the island of Castellorizo, which is a tiny bit island, is supposed to have I don't know how many miles of territorial waters and stuff. That is not something that you do if you don't want to get a bad reaction. And the blue homeland doctrine was a reaction to that. Now that things have calmed down a little bit, we don't talk much about it. Its architects talk about it, but they don't count, okay? So put things in context to begin with, I would suggest. Secondly, I really didn't want to talk about Cyprus, but I have to. Again, I was among those who supported the settlement back in 2004 and all of that as well. The Greek Cypriots voted 75% against the Annan plan after they promised that they would agree to what Annan had prepared. You cannot make wrong decisions and then complain about its results. You just cannot. Okay? And by the way, it is really to the great credit of Turkish Cypriots that they continue to fight to find a settlement. I have Greek Cypriot friends who want that, but many others in the Greek Cypriot public do not want that, or in the political system. So occupation, all of that stuff ought to be put in a particular context. The young friend, yeah, I know the tally. We criticize that domestically. That's not the point. The point is whether or not all those things that you've cited that we fight for in the country is recognized by our so-called allies, by our partners. No, I really don't think anybody is now seriously thinking about EU membership, okay? But a much better relation with the EU is something that the Turks aspire to, undoubtedly. And at the end of the day, with the Ukraine thing we've heard in the first panel, can you really that strictly distinguish, or should you really that strictly distinguish between NATO and the EU? And Michael, I really disagree with you that you don't know what Turkey might do. What it had done already, that it should be, that it's in, the intelligence it provided ought to be tested, really. I mean, everyone is a fool. For the last 10 years, they have been getting intelligence from Turkey, which would be misleading. I am not very good at military matters, but I really don't think this is a very valid question as to Turkey's intentions and its behavior. On Armenia, look, the earlier question was, what does Turkey want to be? Turkey had wanted to be an energy hub for 30 years now, no? And this thing, you know, the deal between Armenia and Azerbaijan, if it goes through and this so-called corridor is opened, suddenly Turkey becomes a transition point for land-based transportation, communication, connectivity, and probably a passageway for Turkmen gas all the way to the Mediterranean, okay? So these are the things, if you will, that Turkey would be interested in. And if the Armenia and Azerbaijan finally could actually sit down and sign the agreement, I think the next stage, whatever problems or whatever, I mean, the border would be open and whatever. I think Azerbaijan does have some power over how fast Turkey proceeds with normalizing relations with Armenia. Finally, the Kurdish factor, okay. The territorial claims, I don't think so. Yes, the Kurdish factor is an important one, but we will see, I mean, I think you alluded to it. Can the Kurds count on continuing US support? Maybe CENTCOM support, but can they count on White House support in whatever goes on in Syria? Please, I'll stop with that. We are not living in normal times. We are not living in normal times. We don't know what will happen in Syria in 6 months' time. I've heard it from two people who've been there. I haven't, okay? So a lot of what we say is either projection or speculation. But the Kurds are there just like the Palestinians are there. They cannot be denied things. They cannot be ignored. And it is incumbent also on Europe because, look, the Europeans thought between 2011 and 2015, the Europeans thought that Syria was actually on a different planet. Then suddenly in the summer of 2015, the Syrians showed up, okay? And then it created the biggest political crisis in Europe, which still hasn't ended. They may be powerless. I don't know how they can generate the power to be engaged and actually be a constructive force in getting all those problems resolved. And that would necessitate some engagement with Turkey, I'm afraid. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Soli. Michael?
Okay. We're going to agree to disagree on certain issues. When it comes to NATO, when I talk to American strategic thinkers, Pentagon officials, and I myself was a veteran of the Office of Secretary of Defense, what made Turkey's greatest contribution to American national security is the radar system at Malatya, the early warning anti-ballistic radar system. It's not the number of troops. It's not the legacy of they helped us during the Korean War, that sort of issue. And then the question becomes, given the transactionalism of Turkey, given the fact that if we sell them weaponry, we don't know how they're actually going to use that weaponry, then the question becomes, can that radar system at Malatya actually be duplicated somewhere else? Which actually brings me to Armenia. Now, I've spent a lot of time in Armenia. I've driven the Armenia-Azerbaijan border. When I look at the reconfigured border, what I see on the Armenian side is border checkpoints where you basically have a two-story building. The first floor is the office. The second floor is the dorm for the soldiers and the border officials. When I look across a half kilometer at the Azerbaijani side, I see helicopter landing pads. I see mortar emplacements. I see a barracks which can accommodate a small company. Then the question becomes whether Ilham Aliyev is truly looking for peace or not. When it comes to Trump's agreement, aside from Trump not really having an attention span, last night at dinner I likened him to a monkey that's high on cocaine. But you've got a situation where he is prone to having ribbon cuttings, to unveil grand projects in which the foundation isn't even dug yet. So we're talking about Ukraine now, but I believe in March of 2025, we had a successful peace between Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Then we had a successful peace in August between Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Next week at the White House, President Tshisekedi of Congo and President Kagame of Rwanda are reported to be coming to sign a peace between Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo. And everything which happened before, he's not a monkey on cocaine, he's a monkey on cocaine with Alzheimer's disease. And the fact of the matter is, we're constantly when it comes to this notion of the peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan, it's simply not there. We talk about a corridor through Sihanouk. I actually went to to Sihanouk to look at the different routes. I looked at the old Soviet railroad. There's 10 meters which remain in that area. It simply isn't easy to rebuild. But when I talk to the Armenians, one of the questions is, well, if we invest all this effort into building up our infrastructure, what's to say Azerbaijan's not simply going to attack us once we do that? There's an uncertainty that comes with Ilham Aliyev, because while Ilham Aliyev is the son of Haydar Aliyev, a former Central Committee member of the Soviet Politburo, Ilham Aliyev's son is autistic and isn't likely going to be able to take over power. Thanks. Now that Soli's going, I'll say why I really disagree with that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. So you've got a situation where we really don't know what's going to happen. And what I worry about is when you don't know what happens, sometimes peace can be dangerous for dictators, because if you don't have the excuse to distract, then you have to deal with your own corruption, your own moribund economy. And by the way, this applies to Erdogan as well. If you wanted commerce through Azerbaijan and Armenia, the Treaty of Moscow and the Treaty of Kars, dating back more than a century, call for an open border and trade and an Armenian route to the Black Sea. Why should Armenia actually make concessions to gain a privilege which is already agreed to in a treaty? Moving right along, sorry, I'll be quicker. With the state of Qatar, it's a malign force. You know, the Qataris are constantly inviting me over and I'm constantly saying no. And sometimes when they find out, because I can't fly Turkish Air anymore, I fly Qatar Air a lot. And sometimes when they find I'm on, they will offer me an upgrade and I'll say no. And a Qatari official actually told a friend of mine, tell Rubin to accept that upgrade or else we're going to give the money that we're going to spend on that to Hamas. It says a lot about Qatar. When it comes to Kurdistan, look, the Kurds often have this quip, we have no friends but the mountains. Unfortunately, behind those mountains, the Kurds are constantly fighting among themselves. And I will be very, very blunt. I've spent more than a year in Kurdistan. I used to teach at 3 different Kurdish universities in northern Iraq. I don't spend as much time in Syrian Kurdistan as John does, but I go there frequently. And the fact of the matter is the Kurds' biggest enemy at this point in time is the Kurds themselves and corruption. It says a lot when we talk about migration that many of the people who are dying in the Mediterranean Sea or trying to cross the English Channel or freezing in the Belarusian forests are Iraqi Kurds who are fleeing corruption and a lack of prospects because of Barzani, because of the Talibanis. They're not Afghans or Syrians fleeing war. And that itself is a reflection of why the Kurds have not been able to achieve their aspiration. Sorry, one other, and so many other issues just aren't dealt with when it comes to the Kurds. So for example, if you had Kurdish independence, is that independence based on ethnicity or is it based on geography? So the Syrian Kurds and the Iraqi Kurds are the ones who have the oil, but you've got 24 million plus Turkish Kurds. Are they going to be citizens of Kurdistan? I mean, it's almost like the old Arab nationalist thing. I mean, we're all Arabs, Gamal Abdel Nasser said, as he wants to take all of Qatar's gas or Saudi Arabia's oil. It just doesn't work that way. What about all the water sharing agreements that date back decades? I mean, date back to the 1950s and so forth. If you suddenly have a Kurdistan, what's going to happen to the water sharing agreements between Turkey, Syria, and Iraq? You can say that they're going to be grandfathered in, but when Quebec was talking about going independent in 1995, and Bill Clinton and NATO wanted to dissuade them, Bill Clinton was very clear that Quebec couldn't count on being part of NATO and couldn't count on being part of NAFTA, the North America Free Trade Agreement. And so you have the same thing. Where is the Kurdish Air Force? They're going to be a landlocked country. I mean, there are so many different issues. Is there going to be dual citizenship? I mean, is the president of Iraq still going to be a Kurd? I mean, in a situation like this, you have so many different issues that aren't even being discussed. I hate to say it because emotionally I support the Kurds, but they are as far from ready as a country can be. If there's going to be a people that achieve independence in the next decade, it's not going to be the Palestinians, it's not going to be the Kurds, it's going to be Somaliland.
Thanks, Michael. You took us through the big picture of the greater area. So, last words from Jonathan first.
Well, I was asked questions specifically regarding Qatar and regarding the Kurds, so I'll try and address those. And I'd like, if I may, to a little bit focus regarding Qatar on Qatar, Gaza, Israel matter. Regarding Qatar's broader regional pattern of behavior, I'm one of the people that subscribes to the wonderful phrase that Qatar seeks to be both arsonist and firefighter simultaneously. This, I think, more or less sums it up. But look, on a much, I think, necessarily more serious note, with regard to Qatar and Israel and Gaza, this remains one of the most urgent and unanswered questions about the period prior to October 7th, 2023, from the Israeli point of view. As those of you who follow Israeli debates will know, the issue of the conceptia, that's to say the flawed and mistaken security conception that paved the road to October 7th from the Israeli point of view, that is to say the complete misreading and misunderstanding of Hamas in Gaza's intentions and the belief that Hamas in Gaza was deterred. There is a very large Qatari footprint over all that needs to be forensically examined. Unfortunately, it appears in Israel, at least for now, that we are not on the way to having a state commission of inquiry, an independent, genuine, with teeth, legal commission of inquiry into what took place prior to October 7th. And as a result, we may never get to the bottom of this. But what we know, at least for now, is that in the period prior to October 7th, 2023, very, very large numbers of former Israeli security officials were doing business in Qatar. The private sector's links were very deep indeed, and that's up to and including people, without naming names, who were absolutely at the top of the Israeli security hierarchy. We know that the government of Israel was willingly accepting or encouraging the deposition by the Qataris of tens of millions of dollars per month into Hamas-controlled Gaza, allowing Hamas, in fact, as we now know, to develop the tunnel system and military system that paved the way for October 7th. And we also know, because there is we think we know, because there's an active trial, criminal trial underway in Israel now, we know that it may even be the case that the Qataris had managed to penetrate the very highest levels of Israeli security and political policy making, namely the inner sanctum, really, of Israeli policy making. And I'm talking about the Prime Minister's Bureau, because as people here may well be aware, there are currently 4 people on trial, former senior officials of the Prime Minister's Bureau, are on trial under the suspicion that they were in fact operating on behalf of Qatar, spreading Qatari messages at the same time as working as officials in the Prime Minister's Bureau. This represents, if it turns out to be true, by the way, an astonishing security coup from the Qatari point of view, an astonishing high-level penetration of the very inner sanctum of Israeli policymaking. So this is an enormous question and a very, very murky one. We don't know for certain what kind of messages senior former Israeli security officials still keyed into that system were receiving from their Qatari counterparts, on the 32nd floor of a hotel in Doha just after concluding a deal. But the likelihood, given Qatari official behavior regarding Hamas in Gaza, would have been to have said, no, we speak to Sinwar, we speak to Hanir and the others. They're pragmatists, they're not looking for war. This is the most likely, this is the logical direction you would imagine they would have been saying. We need to investigate what was being said and to whom and how and when. It's a vital and currently murky part of the picture that urgently is requiring of investigation, in my opinion. With regard to the Kurdish factor, as Michael mentioned, I've spent a considerable amount of time over the course of the last 12 years now, since it came into existence really, in the Syrian Kurdish enclave or area of control in Syria, which still constitutes around 30% of the country. It's still the entirety of Syria east of the Euphrates. Michael dwelt on or mentioned the Barzanis and Talibanis, so I'll kind of a little bit in my next couple of little short response focus on the other bit, which is the, I think, really fascinating process in which people who emerged as cadres, as fighters of the PKK organization, and they did, one of the most ideological and rigid organizations imaginable, as I think one will confirm who's had any dealings with them as I have, that people emerging from that closed and rigid system could have demonstrated the creativity and flexibility in policymaking that General Mazloum Abdi and Ilham Ahmed have done in the Syrian Kurdish context is truly remarkable. It's a further confirmation of the fact that human beings, whatever else you might want to say about them, are fascinating. This is a fact, and it is a fact that this, yet more paradoxically or astonishingly, that this entity that they created constituted a faithful and effective partner for the West in the course of the war against ISIS. Just to conclude, where do things stand now for that entity? Is all necessarily lost? Well, I speak to officials of the Syrian Kurds quite regularly, and I can tell you that there is a certain amount of greater optimism there than you would have heard, let's say, 6 or 10 months ago regarding the way ahead. Why is this? To be frank, I think it is because what they think is that the emergent nature and increasingly apparent nature of the regime being born in Damascus is such that its emergent nature will end up benefiting the Syrian Kurds, because as it becomes increasingly clear that it is not going to be possible for the West simply to throw the keys into the hands of Abu Muhammad al-Jolani and to allow a repressive Syrian Islamist jihadi Syria to emerge and then just forget about it. This won't be possible, because this regime is going to generate instability. As that reality becomes more apparent, so the Kurdish place at the negotiating table in Damascus becomes somewhat stronger. And whilst one should not get complacent about that, that a little bit, I think, is the direction of events. So what does that mean in practice? And on this I'll conclude. What it increasingly appears that it might mean in practice is that the implementation of the March the 10th declaration by Abdi and by the SDF and the Syrian government will end up looking like a situation in which the Kurdish armed forces are integrated into the new Syrian army. And what that means in practice is they will be integrated as brigades continued in existence, and crucially, and this is the point which everybody interested needs to focus on, those brigades will be stationed in the areas currently under Kurdish control. That's Ze'enderozor, Raqqa, and Hasaka provinces. Now, if that does indeed take place, if that is the direction of events, it means you have something like a Iraqi Kurdistan Peshmerga type situation emerging, in which you'll have a continued existence of a Kurdish armed force and therefore also of Kurdish authorities and education system east of the Euphrates. That will be a good outcome from the Syrian Kurdish point of view if things go that way. I would like to conclude by saying I think it would probably be a good outcome from the Western point of view as well, in the sense that the story is by no means over in Syria, and the West is going to need allies and reliable allies in Syria once again, just like it did 10 years ago, and it is likely to find that that entity will be available to play that role, or it should be, please, let me put it that way, if that entity turns out to be available to once again play that role.
Thanks, Jonathan. Sorry to come to you when we are running out of time, Peter, but please.
Yes, I like to have the last word. Yeah. Just 2 points I'll pick up from that debate. First of all, I agree with Soli that I think the prospect of Turkey joining the European Union, even though the UK is not part of it, I think it's pretty remote now. I think part of that equation is migration and the fear of large numbers of people coming into Europe. Secondly, I'd like to pick up the question on Cyprus, because I was ambassador or high commissioner in Cyprus, banged my head against the brick wall of the Cyprus problem for 4.5 years. The election of the new Turkish Cypriot leader, Tufan Erhuman, has raised the prospect that there might be a new negotiation. I think it depends on, first of all, will the UN engage? I think Mr. Gutierrez will engage, because he was very disappointed that it failed in 2017. Will the US engage? I doubt it. I don't think it's high enough of a priority. Will the EU engage? Well, they will, because they have to. But again, I don't think it's going to be a top priority. Will Mr. Erdogan show flexibility? I don't know. I think the motherlands have an important role to play in influencing their clients on the ground. The Turkish Cypriots clearly want a solution. They've elected someone who wants a solution. But I'm concerned that the Greek Cypriots, it will take a lot to turn them away from the rejection of the Annan Plan. Any outcome is going to look like the Annan Plan. It's going to be a bizonal, bicommunal federation. It's not going to be that much different from what was failed in 2017 in Crans-Montana. The Greek Cypriots are comfortable. You have new, quite right-wing nationalist movements in Cyprus, and every time there's a negotiation, the Greek Cypriot president takes all his political parties with him. The idea that you're going to get them all to agree is impossible. So it will require compromise, it will require a lot of pressure from the motherlands and a lot of pressure from the international community. I'm not going to bet money on it.
Sorry that we're not ending on a very optimistic note, but that's inevitable. Thank you very much, Jonathan, Peter, Mike. Thank you very much.
Ο κύριος Βενιζέλος, ο οποίος υπήρξε ο αγαπημένος μου καθηγητής στη νομική Θεσσαλονίκη στα χρόνια του εκείνα και παραμένει υπό μίαν έννοια δάσκαλος για όλους εμάς, έχει κατακτήσει όχι μόνο το χώρο της πολιτικής αλλά και της μεταπολιτικής και στην Αθήνα διοργανώνει μεγάλες εκδηλώσεις του κύκλου με πάρα πολύ κόσμο και πολύ ενδιαφέρον, αλλά νομίζω ότι και εμείς εδώ σήμερα, κύριε καθηγητά, κύριε Πρόεδρε, τα καταφέραμε περίφημα και βλέπετε και πολλούς νέους ανθρώπους κοντά μας για αυτή την πολύ ενδιαφέρουσα συζήτηση. Τώρα, ανάμεσα στις πολλές του ιδιότητες, τις οποίες είναι λίγο πολύ γνωστές, εγώ θα διέκρινα το γεγονός ότι μπορεί με μεγάλη άνεση και συνομιλεί με όλες τις πτέρυγες της Νέας Δημοκρατίας. Ως γνωστόν υπήρξε ένα χτύπητο τηλεοπτικό δίδυμο με την Ντόρα Μπακογιάννη σε συζητήσεις τότε στο Μέγκα που έπιαναν εφήβρε, μα γι' αυτό είσαι εδώ Παύλο, που χτυπούσαν 70 και 80% τηλεθέαση, κάτι το οποίο πρόσφατα επανέλαβαν στην Πάτρα από ό,τι μαθαίνω. Είναι γνωστή η σχέση του με τον Αντώνη Σαμαρά και η εξαιρετική συνεργασία που είχαν τα δύσκολα χρόνια του μνημονίου, παρά τις αποχρώσεις, πώς να το πούμε, διαφορές στις προσεγγίσεις, ιδίως στα εξωτερικά. Και βέβαια σε λίγες μέρες, και αυτό κι αν είναι είδηση, θα συναντηθεί και με τον Κώστα Καραμανλή για να κλείσει ο κύκλος της όλης Νέας Δημοκρατίας, πώς λέγατε κάποτε, για το όλον Πασόκ, στο καπνεργοστάσιο εκεί στη Λένορμαν στην Αθήνα, σε μια πολύ ενδιαφέρουσα συζήτηση του πρώην Πρωθυπουργού με τον κύριο Βενιζέλου. Κατόπιν τούτου, ποιος είμαι εγώ για να συνομιλήσω? Έχω τόσες πολλές ερωτήσεις όμως για να εκμεταλλευτούμε πραγματικά την σοφία και το απόσταγμα ενός ανθρώπου που ήταν και της δράσης και της σκέψης. Δύσκολος συνδυασμός αυτός στην πολιτική. Και θα ξεκινήσω, εγώ θα κάνω ερωτήσεις τώρα εδώ, δεν θα είμαι πολύ, θα κλέψω το ρόλο του Παύλου. Και θα ξεκινήσω με αυτό που ακούστηκε, γιατί δεν ήσουν από την αρχή, Βαγγέλη, δεν ήσασταν από την αρχή, κύριε Πρόεδρε, με αυτό που ακούστηκε στο πρώτο πάνελ, ότι δεν μπορεί να υπάρξει ευρωπαϊκή ασφάλεια χωρίς την Τουρκία. Και θέλω μια σκέψη εκεί, γιατί γίνεται πολύ μεγάλη κουβέντα για το βέτο, για το safe.
Θα απαντήσω αμέσως για λόγους ευγενίας. Να ευχαριστήσω τον Σταύρο Ανδρεάδη, έναν επιχειρηματία αλλά και διανοούμενο και ενεργό πολίτη, και φυσικά την Πολιτιστική Εταιρεία Επιχειρηματιών Θεσσαλονίκης για την πρόσκληση και για την προσφορά αυτής της διοργάνωσης επί τόσα χρόνια. Να ευχαριστήσω τον Παύλο Τσίμα, τον είδα πολύ ανθεκτικό και πολύ υπομονετικό, και βεβαίως εσένα, ως αγαπημένο μου μαθητή και φίλο και συνάδελφο. Δεν χρειάζεται να επαναλάβω τα αισθήματά μου για σένα. Θα πω μόνο ότι είμαι, αν χρειαστεί, και στη διάθεση της Νέας Δημοκρατίας και όλων των μεγάλων ιστορικών παρατάξεων να διασφαλίσουμε καταρχάς την συνένεση, την εθνική που απαιτείται και την συνένεση, τη ρυθμιστική που απαιτείται για να προχωρήσει η χώρα προς ένα μέλλον εξαιρετικά αβέβαιο και αχαρτογράφητο. Τώρα, είπατε στο πρώτο πάνελ ότι δεν μπορεί να υπάρξει ευρωπαϊκή ασφάλεια χωρίς την Τουρκία. Δεν μπορεί να υπάρξει ευρωπαϊκή ασφάλεια χωρίς τις Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες, πρωτίστως. Ξεκινάμε από αυτό. Δηλαδή, η συζήτηση για την ευρωπαϊκή αυτόνομη στρατηγική είναι μια συζήτηση που αφορά αυτή τη στιγμή την ευρωπαϊκή αμυντική βιομηχανία. Η απόσταση μεταξύ ευρωπαϊκής αμυντικής βιομηχανίας και ευρωπαϊκής ασφάλειας κατά κυριολεξία είναι πάρα πολύ μεγάλη. Άλλωστε, το πρόβλημα της ευρωπαϊκής ασφάλειας είναι ευρωατλαντικό εδώ και παραπάνω από 100 χρόνια από την τελευταία φάση του Πρώτου Παγκοσμίου Πολέμου. Δεν περιμέναμε τον πρόεδρο Τραμπ. Αυτά έχουν τεθεί επί προέδρου Woodrow Wilson και έχουν απαντηθεί πριν καν ιδρυθεί η κοινωνία των εθνών. Και δεν μπόρεσε ποτέ η Ευρώπη να αποκτήσει τις προϋποθέσεις της αυτονομίας σε σχέση με την ασφάλειά της. Αυτό είναι εξαιρετικά κρίσιμο και τώρα πρέπει να το αντιμετωπίσουμε εντός ενός νέου πλαισίου που δεν θα έλεγα ότι είναι το πλαίσιο μιας Δύσης υποδιάλυση, αλλά σίγουρα μιας εξαιρετικά ασύμμετρης Δύσης, γιατί ο πρόεδρος των ΗΠΑ αποδέχεται το ρόλο του ηγέτη της Δύσης μόνον εφόσον πληρούνται οι προϋποθέσεις που θέτει. Και οι προϋποθέσεις που θέτει είναι ότι πρέπει οι άλλοι εταίροι της Δύσης, η Ευρώπη, ο Καναδάς, η Αυστραλία, η Νέα Ζηλανδία, να αναλαμβάνουν το κόστος που τους αναλογεί και ακόμη περισσότερο και βεβαίως να αποδέχονται τις στρατηγικές επιλογές που κάνει ο πρόεδρος των ΗΠΑ για την ασφάλεια των ΗΠΑ και της Δύσης μόνος του, χωρίς να τους ρωτά. Και γι' αυτό υπάρχουν αυτή τη στιγμή πολύ σοβαρές αποκλίσεις μεταξύ ΗΠΑ και Ευρώπης και ως προς την εκτίμηση του κινδύνου, δηλαδή ως προς τον χαρακτηρισμό του εχθρού. Αυτό τώρα, για να μην σας κουράζω με μακρές αναλύσεις, εμάς ως Ελλάδα μας αγγίζει εν μέρη, γιατί εμείς είμαστε μια χώρα βαθιά και μόνιμα υβριδική, αρχής γενομένης από την εκτίμηση του κινδύνου. Εμείς δεν θεωρούμε ότι ο κίνδυνος είναι ο γενικός δυτικός κίνδυνος, δηλαδή η Ρωσία. Θα μπορούσαμε να πούμε η Κίνα, η τρομοκρατία, γιατί υπάρχουν και άλλοι κίνδυνοι ασύμμετροι. Εμείς πάντα θεωρούμε ότι ο κίνδυνος είναι η Τουρκία. Και όταν δαπανούμε για αμυντικούς εξοπλισμούς, όταν δαπανούμε για τις ένοπλες δυνάμεις, όταν υπερκαλύπτουμε το ποσοστό που αξιώνει ο πρόεδρος Τραμπ από τους Ευρωπαίους εταίρους για αμυντικές δαπάνες, εννοούμε βεβαίως αμυντικές δαπάνες που κάνουμε και είναι προσανατολισμένες στο Αιγαίο και την Ανατολική Μεσόγειο, στον Εύρο, είναι προσανατολισμένες στην Τουρκία. Μου θέτετε το ερώτημα, μπορεί να υπάρξει ευρωπαϊκή ασφάλεια χωρίς την Τουρκία? Ας θυμηθούμε μερικά πράγματα ιστορικά, γιατί η ιστορία μας διδάσκει. Έλεγα και προχθές, δεν ξέρουμε ποτέ τι μας επιφυλάσσει το παρελθόν. Το ερώτημα τι μας επιφυλάσσει το παρελθόν, βαθύ φιλοσοφικό ερώτημα, που το έλεγε εδώ στην Ελλάδα κάπως πιο απλουστευτικά ο Μάνος Ελευθερίου, είναι πολύ πιο κρίσιμο από το ερώτημα τι μας επιφυλάσσει το μέλλον. Λοιπόν, ας θυμηθούμε. Η Τουρκία εντάχθηκε μαζί με την Ελλάδα ταυτοχρόνως το 1952 στο ΝΑΤΟ. Εντάχθηκε με το πρώτο κύμα διεύρυνσης του ΝΑΤΟ, μετά την ίδρυση του ΝΑΤΟ το 1949. Έχω πει πολλές φορές, με έχεις ακούσει εσύ και ο Παύλος, είμαστε τακτικοί συνομιλητές, ότι το αφήγημα με το οποίο ιδρύθηκε η Ελλάδα ως ανεξάρτητο κράτος, το αφήγημα του Αλέξανδρου Μαυροκορδάτου ήταν ότι το νέο ελληνικό κράτος, ζωντανό και μικρό, αλλά φιλόδοξο, είναι αναγκαίο για την τότε αντίληψη των μεγάλων δυνάμεων, για να ανακόπτει μαζί με την παρακμάζουσα Οθωμανική Αυτοκρατορία την κάθοδο της Ρωσίας στη Μεσόγειο. Με αυτό το αφήγημα έγινε σε μεγάλο βαθμό δεκτή η ανεξαρτησία του ελληνικού κράτους. Με το ίδιο αφήγημα, 140 χρόνια αργότερα, εντάχθηκαν η Τουρκία και η Ελλάδα μαζί στο ΝΑΤΟ. Και λίγο πριν ιδρυθεί ο πυλώνας της κοινής εξωτερικής πολιτικής και πολιτικής ασφάλειας και απορροφήσει την Δυτικοευρωπαϊκή Ένωση, που ήταν ένας αυτόνομος οργανισμός για την ευρωπαϊκή ασφάλεια, με τα ευρωπαϊκά κράτη-μέλη του ΝΑΤΟ, η Τουρκία ήταν μέλος, πρόσεδρο μέλος της Δυτικοευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης και όταν αυτά εντάχθηκαν στις διαδικασίες της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης, έμεινα εκτός. Άρα έχουμε μια Τουρκία που είναι κράτος μέλος του ΝΑΤΟ και κάτι ακόμη το οποίο είναι πολύ σημαντικό. Η Βορειοατλαντική Συνθήκη προέβλεπε πριν την ένταξη της Τουρκίας, το 1952, ότι το περιβόητο άρθρο 5, η ρήτρα αλληλεγγύης δηλαδή, ενεργοποιείται αν γίνει επίθεση στα κράτη-μέλη ή στην τουρκική επικράτεια, πριν η Τουρκία καταστεί μέλος του ΝΑΤΟ. Γιατί? Λόγω των στενών. Άρα, λόγω της ζωτικότητος της γεωγραφικής θέσης. Υπό την έννοια αυτή, στα ερωτήματα που τέθηκαν, είδα και στην προηγούμενη συζήτηση, από τη στιγμή που μπόρεσα να παρακολουθήσω, που ήρθα, προφανώς θέλουμε μια Τουρκία η οποία είναι μες στο ΝΑΤΟ, προφανώς θέλουμε μια Τουρκία η οποία είναι εν γέννη δυτική, παρότι προβάλλει τον εξαιρετισμό της και διεκδικεί αποκλίσεις. Αποκλίσεις διεκδικούν και άλλες χώρες. Η Ουγγαρία, για παράδειγμα, διεκδικεί και ο Πρωθυπουργός Όρμπαν επισκέπτεται τον πρόεδρο Πούτιν τις μέρες αυτές. Και βεβαίως προτιμούμε μια Τουρκία που είναι στη θέση της και που αντιμετωπίζει όλα αυτά τα προβλήματα στο φάσμα των συνόρων της. Δεν θα θέλαμε να είμαστε εμείς στη θέση αυτή. Θα προτιμούσαμε να υπάρχει η Τουρκία εκεί και να αντιμετωπίζει αυτή τα προβλήματα της παλαιάς, όπως τη λέγαμε, νότιας πτέρυγας του ΝΑΤΟ, της νοτιοανατολικής πτέρυγας, τα οποία βεβαίως πρέπει να τα αντιμετωπίζουμε ως κοινά προβλήματα δυτικής ασφάλειας, παρότι τώρα ο πρόεδρος Τραμπ έχει αρχίσει και μιλάει διακεκριμένα για το ΝΑΤΟ και τις Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες. Άμα δείτε στο ειρηνευτικό σχέδιο για την Ουκρανία, πάντα γίνεται αναφορά χωριστά στο ΝΑΤΟ και στις Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες. Θα γίνουν συνομιλίες με το ΝΑΤΟ, με την μεσολάβηση των Ηνωμένων Πολιτειών. Άρα,
επειδή έχουμε πολλές ερωτήσεις και δεν θα τελειώσουμε με μία
η απάντηση στο πρώτο ερώτημα, αν την καταλαβαίνω σωστά, είναι ότι δεν υπάρχει θέμα ασφάλειας για την Ευρώπη. Δηλαδή, οι Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες δεν θα χαθούν από τον ευρωπαϊκό ορίζοντα. Υπάρχει θέμα αξιοπρέπειας, ότι οι Ευρωπαίοι πρέπει να ανεχθούν, να υποτάσσονται στις επιθυμίες ενός Αμερικανού ηγέτη, ο οποίος αποφασίζει χωρίς να τους ρωτάει και εκείνοι τρέχουν από πίσω.
Να πω το εξής. Η Ευρώπη έχει ζήσει περιόδους αμερικανικού απομονωτισμού πάρα πολλές φορές τον 20ο αιώνα. Είχε προηγηθεί το δόγμα Μορόε πριν ο πρόεδρος Γούντρο Γουίλσον, ο κατεξοχήν διανοούμενος πρόεδρος, αποφασίσει την εισδοχή των Ηνωμένων Πολιτειών στο Πρώτο Παγκόσμιο Πόλεμο. Μετά επέβαλε την ίδρυση της κοινωνίας των εθνών, που συνδέεται εν μέρη με την υπογραφή της συνθήκης της Λοζάνης, η οποία είναι πολύ περισσότερα πράγματα από μια ελληνοτουρκική συνθήκη, αλλά οι Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες δεν πήραν μέρος στην κοινωνία των εθνών, δεν ήταν μέλος της κοινωνίας των εθνών. Και αρχίζει μία περίοδος αμερικανικού απομονωτισμού από την ίδρυση της κοινωνίας των εθνών μέχρι το Pearl Harbor, μέχρι δηλαδή τον πρόεδρο Ρούσβελτ, και έπρεπε να γίνει η επίθεση η Ιαπωνική για να μπουν οι Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες στον πόλεμο. Και μετά έχουμε μια μακρά περίοδο βεβαίως συμμετοχής στην ευρωπαϊκή ασφάλεια. Έχουμε δόγμα Τρούμαν, σχέδιο Μάρσαλ, ψυχρό πόλεμο, πτώση του υπρακτού σοσιαλισμού, μονοπολική οργάνωση του κόσμου. Έχουμε μια Δύση που κυριαρχεί, βεβαίως με αμερικανική ηγεμονία, αλλά δεν υπάρχει σύγκρουση αντιλήψεων. Σας θυμίζω, πριν δούμε το φαινόμενο Τραμπ, ότι δύο απλά γεγονότα. Τα ξέρετε πολύ καλά εσείς οι δύο. Το Νοέμβριο του 2020, δηλαδή μετά την εκλογή Biden και πριν την ανάληψη των καθηκόντων του, υπογράφεται Ευρωκινεζική Εμπορική Συμφωνία. Η εμπορική αυτή συμφωνία, μετά την ανάληψη των καθηκόντων από τον πρόεδρο Biden, δεν κυρώθηκε ποτέ. Και μόλις αναλαμβάνει ο πρόεδρος Biden, λέει, αποσύρωμαι από την Αμερική, αποσύρωμαι από την Ευρώπη, αποσύρω δυνάμεις από τη Γερμανία, η οποία τρόμαξε επειδή αποσύρονται οι αμερικανικές δυνάμεις από τη Γερμανία. Δυνάμεις κατοχής ήταν οι αμερικάνικες δυνάμεις στη Γερμανία. Αποσύρωμαι από το Αφγανιστάν και στρέφομαι στον ειρηνικό και κάνω το άουκους. Δηλαδή, με ενδιαφέρει πάρα πολύ το ζήτημα της Κίνας, με ενδιαφέρει σχέση μου με την Αυστραλία, με ενδιαφέρει η συνεργασία μου με το Ηνωμένο Βασίλειο, γιατί έχει ευκολία χωρίς συνταγματικούς φραγμούς αμερικάνικους να δίνει τα πυρηνοκίνητα υποβρύχια, και άρα στρέφαμε προς τα εκεί. Προσέξτε, επί Προέδρου Biden. Αυτά όλα μετά νομίζω ότι υπερκαλύφθηκαν από την έναρξη της ρωσικής εισβολής στην Ουκρανία, που ξαναφέρνει τις Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες στην Ευρώπη και καθιστά το ζήτημα των σχέσεων με τη Ρωσία ξανά πρώτο σε επικαιρότητα. Υφέρπει βέβαια το ζήτημα ότι το μεγάλο μας θέμα είναι η Κίνα και πρέπει να δούμε τι θα γίνει με την Κίνα. Και ότι πρέπει ή δυνατόν να σπάσουμε τη σχέση Ρωσίας-Κίνας χωρίς να τίθενται άλλα θέματα, τα οποία δεν τα πούμε τώρα, δηλαδή πληθυσμιακά, χωρίς την Ινδία, η Δύση δεν έχει προοπτική. Αλλά αυτό είναι κάτι που θα συζητηθεί, ελπίζω, σύντομα. Δεν είναι τώρα το πρώτο θέμα. Υπό την έννοια αυτή, ναι, δεν λένε οι Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες ότι θα εγκαταλείψουμε την Ευρώπη, αλλά δεν είναι και η πρώτη προτεραιότητά της και, εν πάση περιπτώσει, θέλει να δει αν η Ευρώπη είναι έτοιμη να αναλάβει το κόστος. Το κόστος μπορεί να είναι κόστος όχι μόνο οικονομικό, να είναι και κοινωνικό, γιατί δεν μπορείς να χρηματοδοτήσεις και άμυνα και κοινωνικό κράτος με την ίδια άνεση. Μπορεί να είναι και κόστος δημοκρατικό. Γι' αυτό αλλάζουν και συγκρούονται οι αντιλήψεις Ευρώπης-Αμερικής για τη φιλελεύθερη δημοκρατία. Δηλαδή, η άνοδος της ακροδεξιάς δεν συγκινεί τις ΗΠΑ, το administration, συγκινεί εμάς όμως. Άρα, συμπλέκεται η εξωτερική πολιτική με την εσωτερική πολιτική, με την οικονομική αντοχή της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης, με το κόστος του ευρωπαϊκού κοινωνικού κράτους, με την ευρωπαϊκή κοινωνική συνοχή, με την ευρωπαϊκή δημοκρατία, δηλαδή με τη φιλελεύθερη δημοκρατία και με το ευρωπαϊκό κοινωνικό κράτος ως αξιακή επικράτεια της Δύσης. Αυτή είναι όμως μια ευρωπαϊκή αντίληψη, δεν είναι μια αμερικανική αντίληψη. Η αμερικανική αντίληψη που κυριαρχεί είναι συναλλακτική, βολονταριστική, θέλει να κάνει διευθετήσεις και θέλει να λύνει προβλήματα τα οποία να είναι ταυτόχρονα προβλήματα διεθνοπολιτικά και οικονομικά και γι' αυτό μετέρχεται όλων των μέσων. Δηλαδή, υπερπολιτικοποιεί τα πάντα, δεν αυτορυθμίζεται η αγορά, δεν της αναγνωρίζει η αυτορυθμιστική ικανότητα και βεβαίως μπορεί να παρεμβαίνει με κάθε τρόπο χωρίς σταγμό, δεν υπάρχει φραγμός διεθνούς νομιμότητας. Άρα πρέπει να είμαστε έτοιμοι να ζήσουμε αυτό όλο το φάσμα των προκλήσεων, το οποίο είναι πάρα πολύ μεγάλο.
Επειδή σας είχα καλέσει σε μια εκπομπή κάποτε που είχα και έκανα την πρώτη ερώτηση.
Και δεν υπήρξε δεύτερη.
Και δεν υπήρξε δεύτερη. Και πήγαμε 45 λεπτά. Το οποίο είναι ευτυχές για τον ερωτών, γιατί δεν χρειάζεται να κάνει δουλειά, αλλά έχουμε πραγματικά πολλές ερωτήσεις. Λοιπόν, υπήρξε στην Αθήνα ένας εκνευρισμός από το γεγονός ότι ο Ερντογάν είδε τον Τραμπ. Ναι. Και μια, πώς να το πούμε, φαγούρα, μέσα σε εισαγωγικά, να προσκληθεί και ο Μητσοτάκης στο Λευκό Οίκο. Και όσο δεν προσκαλείται, ενδεχομένως οι σχέσεις δεν είναι... Ήθελα να ρωτήσω τη δικιά σας άποψη, αν τι θα συμβουλεύατε με την εμπειρία, να επιδιωχθεί μια τέτοια πρόσκληση και να το πάω και ένα βήμα παραπέρα. Μετά τα 28 σημεία για την Ουκρανία και τα 20 για τη Γάζα, υπάρχει περίπτωση να δούμε και καμιά, δεν ξέρω πόσα, 15 για το Κυπριακό ή για το Αιγαίο ή για τι άλλο, και τι θα σήμαινε μια πρωτοβουλία Τραμπ τώρα που έρχεται η ειρήνη επιτέλους στο Κονγκό, ήρθε στο Αζερμπαϊτζάν, έλυσε καμιά 13 συγκρούσεις, μήπως πιάσει και τη δικιά μας εδώ? Είναι κάτι το οποίο θα πρέπει να προσβλέπουμε και να επιδιώκουμε, θα πρέπει να... Και υπήρξε και μια αιχμή που δεν θέλω να μείνει αναπάντητη, για να το πάμε λίγο πιο κάτω, έτσι, και πιο διασκεδαστικά, για τη νέα Αμερικανίδα πρέσβη, ότι την ώρα που ο Μπαράκ στην Άγκυρα θα παίρνει τηλέφωνα και θα προμοτάρει την Τουρκία, εδώ κάποιοι θα είναι στον Κώστα Αργυρό.
Λοιπόν,
είπε ο Ρούμπιν.
Ο Παύλος.
Το είπε ο Μάικλ. Αλλά,
θα συντονίζω.
Αλλά να επαναφέρω και το ερώτημα. Ο Μπαράκ δεν είναι τυχαία περίπτωση. Ανήκει σε αυτή την καινούργια γενιά της αμερικανικής διπλωματίας που είναι μη διπλωματική. Δηλαδή όλη τη δουλειά την κάνουν επιχειρηματίες, φίλοι του Προέδρου και η διπλωματική υπηρεσία είναι περίπου παγωμένη. Είπε ότι η Αμερική, το είπε χθες στο Μανώλη Κωστίδη, η Αμερική πρέπει να προσφέρει τη συγκολητική ύλη ώστε η Ελλάδα και η Τουρκία να κολλήσουν.
Διάβασα τη συνέντευξη αυτή στον Μανώλη Κωστίδη, μια πολύ σοβαρή συνέντευξη, από έναν πολύ σοβαρό δημοσιογράφο που ρωτάει έναν πολύ σοβαρό πρέσβη, παίκτη. Με αίσθηση,
δεν ξέρω, παίκτης, ναι.
Με αίσθηση των συσχετισμών στην περιοχή και των νοοτροπιών. Και αυτό έχει πάρα πολύ μεγάλη σημασία. Δεν θα τον υποτιμούσα καθόλου. Είχε επισκεφτεί και τον Οικουμενικό Πατριάρχη προχθές στην Κωνσταντινούπολη, εν ώψη της επίσκεψης του Πάπα και του κοινού προσκυνήματος στην Νίκαια για τα 1700 χρόνια από την πρώτη Οικουμενική Σύνοδο, και είπε ότι πήγε για να δώσει συνέχεια στη συζήτηση που είχε ο Πατριάρχης με τον πρόεδρο Τραμπ σε σχέση με τη θεολογική σχολή της Χάλκης. Και βεβαίως ότι είναι έτοιμοι να προσφέρουν τις καλές τους υπηρεσίες για τα θέματα που αφορούν την Ανατολική Μεσόγειο, τις ελληνοτουρκικές σχέσεις και το Κυπριακό. Υπό την έννοια αυτή, για να απαντήσω στην ερώτηση του Δημήτρη, νομίζω ότι έχουμε κάθε λόγο να είμαστε ευχαριστημένοι που δεν μπήκαμε βιαστικά σε μια διαδικασία επαφών και συζητήσεων. Πρέπει τα πράγματα να είναι ήρεμα, όρημα, ψύχραιμα. Δεν θα προσέφερε τίποτα μια συνάντηση βιαστική, απροετοίμαστη και μέσα στην περιδίνηση γύρω από τη Γάζα, γύρω από την Ουκρανία, γύρω από οτιδήποτε μπορεί να φανταστεί κανείς. Δεν είχαμε εμείς κανένα λόγο να προσελκύσουμε άμεσα και απροετοίμαστα το ενδιαφέρον προς την περιοχή μας, δηλαδή προς την Ανατολική Μεσόγειο και το Αιγαίο. Παρ' όλα αυτά, επειδή προφανώς γίνονται σκέψεις για το ποια μπορεί να είναι μια πρωτοβουλία η οποία να μας αφορά, πιστεύω ότι ο Έλληνας Πρωθυπουργός επανέφερε πριν από λίγες εβδομάδες την παλαιά πρόταση που ξεκίνησε από το Ευρωπαϊκό Συμβούλιο, αλλά την διετύπωσε επισήμως στον ΟΗΕ η Τουρκία, ο πρόεδρος Ερντογκάν στην Γενική Συνέλευση και ο πρέσβης Συνρλίογλου με επιστολή του στον Γενικό Γραμματέα, για αυτή την περιφερειακή διάσκεψη της Ανατολικής Μεσογείου, μόνο που είναι δύο οι περιφερειακές διασκέψεις. Η ευρωπαϊκή πρόταση ήταν με την Κύπρο και την Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση, η τουρκική πρόταση ήταν χωρίς την Κυπριακή Δημοκρατία, εάν δεν διασφαλίζεται η ισότιμη συμμετοχή των Τουρκοκυπρίων, και χωρίς την Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Επίσης μιλάμε για την Ανατολική Μεσόγειο, την εδώ, δηλαδή αυτή που συνδέεται με τα θέματα τα δικά μας. Δεν περιλαμβάνει ρητά η πρόταση αυτή τη Συρία, το Λίβανο και το Ισραήλ. Τώρα έχουμε και τη συμφωνία οριοθέτησης μεταξύ Λιβάνου και Κύπρου μετά από πολλά χρόνια αναμονής λόγω δυστοκίας στο Λίβανο, και αυτό είναι κάτι πολύ σημαντικό. Και έχουμε και την συμφωνία Ισραήλ-Λιβάνου με αμερικανική μεσολάβηση για κανονική συνεκμετάλλευση. Άρα πρέπει να δούμε γιατί υπόθηκε αυτό. Αυτό υπόθηκε για να μην υποθεί από άλλους, να φανεί ότι εν πάση περιπτώσει εμείς έχουμε μια πρωτοβουλία. Δεν είναι κακό αυτό, αλλά απλώς πρέπει να έχουμε συνείδηση της πολυπλοκότητος των θεμάτων. Και θα πω από τα πολλά ένα μόνο, γιατί τίποτα δεν είναι αυτονόητο, ούτε μεταξύ της γενικής κοινής γνώμης, ούτε μεταξύ των ειδικών. Όταν προτείνει ο Έλληνας Πρωθυπουργός ή προηγουμένως ο πρόεδρος Ερντογκάν ή προηγουμένως ο τότε πρόεδρος Μισελ του Ευρωπαϊκού Συμβουλίου περιφερειακή διάσκεψη για την Ανατολική Μεσόγειο, εννοεί την Ανατολική Μεσόγειο, δεν εννοεί το Αιγαίο. Για το Αιγαίο δεν προτείνει κανείς περιφερειακή διάσκεψη. Το Αιγαίο στην γεωγραφική τυπολογία δεν είναι Ανατολική Μεσόγειος και δεν έχει άλλες παράκτιες χώρες πλην της Ελλάδος και της Τουρκίας, οι οποίες και οι δύο έχουν στο Αιγαίο χωρικά ύδατα 6 ναυτικών μιλίων. Ενώ στην Ανατολική Μεσόγειο υπάρχει πολυμορφία. Οι χώρες έχουν κατά βάση 12 ναυτικά μίλια, πλην της Ελλάδος που έχει κατά βάση 6 και σε ορισμένα σημεία 12, και πλην της Τουρκίας που έχει σε ορισμένα σημεία 6, ιδίως εκεί που εφάπτεται με ελληνικά νησιά. Άρα η κατάσταση είναι αυτή σε γενικές γραμμές. Δεν θα μιλήσω τώρα ούτε για το τι θα γίνει με την Λιβύη και την εκπροσώπησή της, ούτε τι θα γίνει στην Κύπρο. Σταματάω για να κάνετε τις επόμενες ερωτήσεις.
Η ερώτηση είναι, εάν αυτό λοιπόν αποδώσει κάτι, μέσα σε το δάσος της πολυπλοκότητας, αποδώσει μια πρωτοβουλία, έστω και με τη μορφή της περιφερειακής διάσκεψης, η οποία θα ξεκινήσει από τα χαμηλά, από τα εύκολα και να φτάσει κάποια στιγμή στα δύσκολα που είναι οι θαλάσσιες ζώνες. Ερώτημα πρώτο, θα είναι η Αμερική η δύναμη που θα επιβάλλει, που θα ενδιαφερθεί να επιβάλλει την τελική λύση ή απλώς θα επιβρείτε τα? Και δεύτερον, επειδή έχετε αναφερθεί πολλές φορές αυτό, η ελληνική κοινή γνώμη και η ελληνική πολιτική τάξη είναι απαλλαγμένη από το σύνδρομο της Γενέβης, δηλαδή είναι σε θέση να αντιμετωπίσει.
Της Ζηρίχης.
Τι είπα?
Της Γενέβης.
Ζηρίχης.
Ναι.
Κοντά είναι, στην ίδια χώρα είναι.
Ναι. Μισό λεπτό. Καταρχάς, ούτε οι ελληνοτουρκικές σχέσεις, ούτε το κυπριακό έχουν κάποια ομοιότητα με προβλήματα όπως η Γάζα, η Ουκρανία ή οι σχέσεις Αζερβαϊτζάν-Αρμενίας. Οι ελληνοτουρκικές σχέσεις είναι οι σχέσεις που με τις τριβές και τους μονομερείς ισχυρισμούς και τα προβλήματα που ξέρουμε, αλλά 2 κρατών μελών του ΝΑΤΟ και μιας χώρας η οποία έχει τελωνειακή σύνδεση με την Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Η Τουρκία είναι συνδεδεμένη με την Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση χώρα. Στη δε Κύπρο έχουμε τη γνωστή αυτή κατάσταση και βεβαίως μετά το Κρά Μοντανά, δηλαδή εδώ και πάρα πολλά χρόνια, δεν έχουμε κάποια σοβαρή πρωτοβουλία. Έχουμε όμως έναν αισιόδοξο ιονό με την εκλογή του νέου τουρκοκύπριου ηγέτη. Θα δούμε. Το κυπριακό είναι πολύ ιδιόρυθμο ζήτημα. Δεν μπορεί κανείς να πει ότι στον κατάλογο ενδιαφερόντων που έχει η Αμερικανική διοίκηση για τα προβλήματα στην Ιφίλιο, οι ελληνοτουρκικές σχέσεις και το κυπριακό είναι η ίδιας κατηγορίας ζήτημα. Και πάντως η κατάσταση είναι πολύ πιο εύκολη. Απλώς από πού πρέπει να ξεκινήσουμε? Νομίζω να ξεκινήσουμε από μια φιλοσοφική έννοια, που είναι η έννοια του χρόνου. Εμείς χειριζόμαστε τα θέματα αυτά της μικρής αλλά βαριάς ατζέντας μας, γιατί εμείς έχουμε ελληνοτουρκικά και κυπριακό, έτσι. Αυτή είναι η ατζέντα, η ελληνική, η εθνική ελληνική ατζέντα. Τα χειριζόμαστε με μια αίσθηση του μακρού ιστορικού χρόνου, δεν μας πιέζει ο χρόνος. Θεωρούμε ότι ο χρόνος περνά και αυτό είναι υπέρ ημών, έτσι αξιολογούμε τα πράγματα, το οποίο δεν είναι ακριβές. Υπάρχουν και θετικά, υπάρχουν και πάρα πολλά αρνητικά, και στην Κύπρο και στις ελληνοτουρκικές σχέσεις, αλλά πάντως η αντίληψή μας για το χρόνο είναι πάρα πολύ χαλαρή. Είμαστε τραυματισμένοι από το καταγωγικό τραύμα της μεταπολίτευσης, δηλαδή από την εισβολή στην Κύπρο, μετά την προδοσία που έκανε η ελληνική δικτατορία στην Κύπρο, και έχουμε και το σύνδρομο της Ζηρίχης που είπες, δηλαδή όποιος έχει εμπλακεί με τα μεγάλα θέματα, όχι με θέματα ονοματολογικού, με τις πρέσπες, με τα βαριά θέματα που έχουν σχέση με την εθνική ασφάλεια. Λύσει το και το κυπριακό. Ανεξάρτητη κυπριακή δημοκρατία. Κατηγορήθηκε, όπως έλεγε ο Κωνσταντίνος Καραμαλής, για προδότης, ενώ ο Αρχιεπίσκοπος Μακάριος έγινε ήρωας. Και έχουμε δει την κατάληξη. Άρα έχουμε μια τέτοια αντίληψη για το χρόνο. Περάσαν 50 χρόνια και είμαστε έτοιμοι να δεχτούμε να περάσουν κι άλλα 50 ενδεχομένως. Κανείς δεν θέλει να αναλάβει το κόστος και να εξηγήσει στην κοινή γνώμη τι πρέπει να γίνει και πώς πρέπει να επικαιροποιήσουμε την εθνική μας στρατηγική. Η αντίληψη Τραμπ για το χρόνο είναι εντελώς αντίστροφη. Ο Τραμπ πυκνώνει τεχνητά το χρόνο. Έχουμε ένα συμπυκνωμένο χρόνο. Θέλει άμεσα αποτελέσματα. Είναι ένας ποδηλάτης, ο οποίος κάνει συνεχώς ποδήλατο, θεωρεί ότι αν σταματήσει να γυρίζει το πεντάλ θα πέσει. Παράγει συνεχώς γεγονότα, εντυπωσιακά πολλά γεγονότα κάθε μέρα. Λοιπόν, άρα, εάν μας βάλει σε μια άλλη αντίληψη για τον χρόνο, αυτό θέτει υπό επανεξέταση την θεμελιώδη παραδοχή με την οποία κινούμαστε και στην Ελλάδα και στην Κύπρο. Και φυσικά είμαστε απροετοίμαστοι, διότι δεν έχουμε καμία εσωτερική προϋπόθεση για την χάραξη μιας εθνικής στρατηγικής και την προώθηση μιας εθνικής στρατηγικής. Υπάρχει μια εθνική στρατηγική, αλλά αυτή η εθνική στρατηγική διαμορφώθηκε εκ των πραγμάτων με αργά βήματα και βασίζεται στο γεγονός ότι την θεμελίωσε ο Κωνσταντίνος Καραμαλής με την αίσθηση που είχε της ιστορίας και αυτών που είχε πάθει ο ίδιος, είχε υποστεί, και ο Ανδρέας Παπανδρέου μετά. Διότι αν δεν την επιβεβαίωνε αυτή την πολιτική ο Ανδρέας Παπανδρέου, δεν θα είχαμε μια εθνική στρατηγική πάνω στην οποία με αποχρώσεις βάδισαν όλες οι ελληνικές κυβερνήσεις. Αυτό λοιπόν τώρα πρέπει να επανατοποθετηθεί στη βάση αυτής της νέας παγκόσμιας κατάστασης, η οποία βασίζεται στην πύκνωση και την επιτάχυνση του χρόνου. Λοιπόν, αυτό είναι τώρα θεμελιώδες ζήτημα ασφάλειας. Διότι εμείς κάνουμε διαχείριση γεγονότων, όπως λέμε στην φιλοσοφία της ιστορίας. Κάνουμε πολιτική των γεγονότων. Δεν κάνουμε πολιτική των καταστάσεων. Λοιπόν, τώρα θα έρθουμε αντιμέτωποι με αξιώσεις διαχείρισης καταστάσεων και δεν έχουμε εσωτερικές προϋποθέσεις. Αυτό εννοώ εγώ όταν λέω ότι η χώρα είναι μη διακυβερνήσιμη. Όχι ότι δεν έχει ή δεν θα έχει κυβέρνηση και κοινοβουλευτική πλειοψηφία. Δεν με ενδιαφέρουν αυτά. Δηλαδή, με ενδιαφέρουν, αλλά τα ζητήματα είναι πολύ πιο βαθιά από τον συσχετισμό μεταξύ των κομμάτων, από το ποιος θα γίνει πρωθυπουργός, ποιοι θα διευθετούν ποια θέματα. Εδώ μιλάμε τώρα για άλλες ερωτήσεις, οι οποίες έχουν μεγάλο βάθος ιστορικό και δεν γίνεται καμία συζήτηση.
Να επιμείνω λίγο σε αυτό και σιγά σιγά να κλείνουμε. Δυστυχώς ο χρόνος έχει περάσει, αλλά νομίζω ότι αγγίζεται το ουσιώδες, που είναι η δύναμη του λαϊκισμού. Η δύναμη του λαϊκισμού και στην εξωτερική πολιτική, που την έχουμε πληρώσει. Επειδή είμαστε σε μια πόλη, και οι δυο εδώ Θεσσαλονικής, που έχει βρεθεί στο επίκεντρο του εθνικολαϊκισμού, να πούμε, τις τελευταίες δεκαετίες, αντιστρέφοντας μια παράδοση ριζοσπαστική αριστερή, την οποία είχε ίσως και το μακεδονικό να έπαιξε ένα ρόλο σε αυτή την αντιστροφή, λένε κάποιοι. Θα ήθελα τη γνώμη σας για το λαϊκισμό και επειδή θα βρεθείτε με τον έτερο Θεσσαλονικιό Κώστα Καραμαλή σε αυτή την εκδήλωση της εφημερίδας Δημοκρατία, που έχει μια ιδιαίτερη σχέση με τα εθνικά θέματα και τον εθνικολαϊκισμό. Ήθελα λοιπόν, σαν κατακλείδα στη συζήτησή μας, αυτή την εσωτερική διάσταση...
Θέλει να κάνει την κατακλείδα.
Ναι.
Την αφήνω στο Δημήτρη.
Και πώς όλα αυτά συνδέονται με την άνοδο της ακροδεξιάς, το διαδίκτυο και όλα αυτά που γίνονται, τον Μάσκ και τα υπόλοιπα, οι κίνδυνοι, οι ευρύτεροι, αλλά να μείνουμε λίγο εδώ προσδεδεμένοι στη Θεσσαλονίκη μας και στην...
Θα ξαναπώ πράγματα τα οποία λέω συχνά τώρα τελευταία. Είναι θεμελιώδη όμως και δυστυχώς πρέπει να επαναλάβω πράγματα. Λοιπόν, ο λαϊκισμός, όπως ξέρετε πάρα πολύ καλά, είναι σύμφυτος με τη δημοκρατία. Είναι γενετικό στοιχείο της δημοκρατίας. Η απλούστευση, η δημαγωγία συνδέεται με τη δημοκρατία γιατί συνδέεται με την επιδίωξη της πλειοψηφίας. Άρα, εάν την δημοκρατία την βλέπουμε ως εφαρμογή της πλειοψηφικής αρχής και ως επιδίωξη της πλειοψηφίας, το φλερτ με το λαϊκισμό είναι μοιραίο, είναι αναπόφευκτο και πρέπει να πω ότι υπάρχουν πάρα πολλές εκδοχές του λαϊκισμού. Δεν υπάρχουν δηλαδή μόνον οι μπρουτάλ μορφές του λαϊκισμού, υπάρχουν και εκλειπτισμένες μορφές λαϊκισμού, οι οποίες μπορεί να εμφανίζονται και ως αντιλαϊκισμός, αλλά είναι εξίσου απλουστευτικές και οι οποίες μπορεί να είναι και πιο επικίνδυνες. Τώρα, υπάρχει και ένα άλλο στοιχείο βέβαια το οποίο είναι σύμφυτο με τη δημοκρατία, η περιοδικότητα. Δημοκρατία σημαίνει περιοδικές επαναλαμβανόμενες εκλογές. Αυτό κάνει τη δημοκρατία εξορισμού συγκυριακή, διότι ο ορίζοντάς της είναι ο ορίζοντας του εκλογικού κύκλου. Θέλει μεγάλη υπέρβαση και μεγάλη αίσθηση καθήκοντος για να πεις ότι εγώ θα βλέπω τα πράγματα με μια θεώρηση ιστορική που αφορά τις επόμενες γενιές, που αφορά το έθνος, που αφορά αυτό το οποίο θα πούν οι επερχόμενοι αξιολογώντας αυτά που έχω κάνει. Λοιπόν, και όποιος λέει ότι εγώ προτάσω την ιστορική θεώρηση, θυσιάζει τη συγκυριακή και έτσι μπορεί να εμφανίζεται ως αντιλαϊκιστής, αλλά ηττημένος. Ο ηττημένος είναι άχρηστος, διότι δεν έχει την εξουσία. Φυσικά, το καταφύγιο του δημαγωγού, το έσχατο, είναι πάντα ο πατριωτισμός, τα εθνικά θέματα. Διότι εκεί μπορείς να λες με ευκολία διάφορα πράγματα. Εκεί τα διλήμματα πρέπει να τίθενται με έναν τρόπο ο οποίος είναι σοβαρός, ειλικρινής. όχι φοβικός. Προφανώς είμαστε όλοι πατριώτες, είμαστε όλοι δημοκράτες, πλην αυτών οι οποίοι είναι αποσυνάγωγοι και παραβιάζουν το Σύνταγμα και τους νόμους του κράτους, και βεβαίως πρέπει να αντιτάσσουμε σε αυτήν την απλουστευτική, δημαγωγική, επικίνδυνη θεώρηση των πραγμάτων, πρέπει να αντιτάσσουμε την δική μας επιμονή στην αλήθεια των πραγμάτων, δηλαδή στο να θέτουμε τα διλήμματα όπως πρέπει. Δώσω ένα παράδειγμα μόνο. 2 παραδείγματα και θα κλείσουμε. Θα είμαι πολύ σύντομος. Το ένα παράδειγμα είναι, πιστεύουμε ότι πρέπει να επιδιώξουμε την οριοθέτηση της υφαλοκρηπίδας και της ΑΟΣ με την Τουρκία και με όσες χώρες έχουμε εκκρεμότητα. Έχουμε εκκρεμότητα και με τη Λιβύη, έχουμε εκκρεμότητα και με την Αλβανία. Είμαστε έτοιμοι να εφαρμόσουμε στις χώρες αυτές τις αρχές και τα κριτήρια που εφαρμόσαμε στην οριοθέτηση με την Ιταλία και στην μερική οριοθέτηση με την Αίγυπτο? Είμαστε πράγματι έτοιμοι, ξεκινώντας από αυτό, κάνω μία αφαίρεση, μία υπόθεση. Εάν δεν μπορούμε να συμφωνήσουμε να πάμε στο Διεθνές Δικαστήριο της Χάγης, όπως έχει πάει η Λιβύη, ακόμη και επί Καντάφη. Λέμε στον ελληνικό λαό την αλήθεια για το τι λέει το Διεθνές Δικαστήριο της Χάγης? Το Διεθνές Δικαστήριο της Χάγης και το Διεθνές Δικαστήριο του Αμβούργου και του Δικαίου της Θάλασσας και τα διαιτητικά όργανα έχουν μια κρίσιμη νομολογία για την οριοθέτηση των θαλασσίων ζωνών 30 αποφάσεων. Δεν μιλάμε για χιλιάδες αποφάσεις. Ξέρουμε πώς έχει εξελιχθεί η νομολογία, ξέρουμε ποια είναι η σύγχρονη τάση της νομολογίας, ξέρουμε ποιος είναι ο διεθνής κανόνας. Αποδέχεται η Τουρκία τον διεθνή κανόνα? Λένε κάποιοι, μα πώς είναι δυνατόν? Η Τουρκία δεν έχει υπογράψει την Διεθνή Σύμβαση του Δικαίου της Θάλασσας, την Άγκλος. Βεβαίως. Αλλά οι κανόνες αυτοί ισχύουν ως εθνικό δίκαιο και τη διεθνή νομολογία είναι υποχρεωμένη να την αποδεχθεί. Μα μόνο η Τουρκία δεν έχει υπογράψει τη σύμβαση. Δεν την έχουν υπογράψει και οι Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες τη σύμβαση. Δεν την έχει υπογράψει και το Ισραήλ τη σύμβαση. Άρα δεν είναι τίποτα σπάνιο να μην έχουν υπογράψει φιλικές προς εμάς χώρες την σύμβαση. Αυτά τα έχετε ακούσει ποτέ? Σπανίως μπορεί να έχετε ακούσει εμένα να τα ξαναλέω. Αλλά δεν τα έχετε ακούσει σε άλλη περίπτωση. Δεύτερο παράδειγμα. Εμείς βεβαίως θέλουμε μία λύση στο Κυπριακό στο πλαίσιο των αποφάσεων του Συμβουλίου Ασφαλείας. Μία δικοινοτική διζωνική ομοσπονδία. Και αντικρούουμε την τουρκική θέση που λέει λύση 2 κρατών. Είναι δυνατόν όμως να λέμε κάτι και να μην είμαστε βέβαιοι εκ των προτέρων ότι αυτό που θα πούμε, αν γίνει δεκτό, θα γίνει δεκτό και από τον ελληνοκυπριακό λαό σε δημοψήφισμα? Άρα πρέπει να ξέρουμε ότι η πρόταση που κάνουμε θα γίνει δεκτή από τους άλλους και αν γίνει δεκτή και από τους άλλους, σε γενικές γραμμές, όταν θα επανέλθει με τη μορφή ερωτήματος για δημοψήφισμα, θα γίνει δεκτό το ερώτημα στο δημοψήφισμα. Αλλιώς θα οδηγηθούμε σε αδιέξοδο, το οποίο θα είναι και αμετάκλητο. Θα είναι η οριστική ταφόπετρα, για να το πω με πιο γλαφυρό τρόπο. Άρα έχουμε να θέσουμε αυτά τα ερωτήματα και να απαντήσουμε στα ερωτήματα αυτά. Αυτή είναι μία άλλου τύπου συζήτηση για την εθνική στρατηγική από την συζήτηση που γίνεται μεταξύ των δημοσίων ομιλητών, των επίσημων, αλλά και αυτών που κυριαρχούν στον δημόσιο λόγο γύρω από τα θέματα αυτά. Αυτό πρέπει να κάνουμε τώρα. Και νομίζω ότι αυτό είναι και ο πατριωτισμός. Ο πατριωτισμός βασίζεται στην αίσθηση του συσχετισμού, στην εκτίμηση, στην ορθή εκτίμηση του συσχετισμού των δυνάμεων και στην πρακτική προστασία των εθνικών συμφερόντων. Λοιπόν, εγώ θεωρώ ότι είμαι εκφραστής μιας πατριωτικής αντίληψης, επειδή προσπαθώ να κατανοήσω τον συσχετισμό των δυνάμεων και να προτείνω πράγματα που προστατεύουν πραγματικά το εθνικό συμφέρον.
Λοιπόν, δεν έχουμε τον Αντώνη Σαμαρά εδώ ή κάποιον άλλον να ρωτήσουμε. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Θα έλεγα ότι αυτή η έμφαση στο συγκυριακό που είναι τόσο σύμφυτη με τη δημοκρατία έχει επιταθεί και από το διαδίκτυο, αλλά και από το δημογραφικό, καθώς πλέον οι νεότερες γενιές αποτελούν πολύ με μακρύ ιστορικό ορίζοντα βίου. Έχουν μειωθεί πάρα πολύ ως ποσοστό του εκλογικού σώματος, έχει αυξηθεί πάρα πολύ το ποσοστό των συνταξιούχων, των οποίων ο ορίζοντας εκ των πραγμάτων είναι πιο συγκυριακός και πιο βραχυπρόθεσμος και γι' αυτό και δυσκολεύονται και οι μεταρρυθμίσεις μακράς πνοής. Όποτε προσπαθώ να πείσω τη μάνα μου να κάνει υπομονή, να της κόψουν λίγο τη σύνταξη για την πράσινη μετάβαση ή για τη μεταρρύθμιση στη δικαιοσύνη, μου λέει, παιδάκι μου,
αυτή είναι μια δημογραφική ερμηνεία της αδυναμίας των μεταρρυθμίσεων.
Θα προσεγγίζεις τους συνταξιούχους, όχι ως συνταξιούχους. Θα τους προσεγγίσεις, αλλά υπάρχει silver economy τώρα και υπάρχει και silver politics υπάρχουν.
Τα λέει ο αυτιάς.
Αλλά υπάρχει και κάτι άλλο. Λέει, θα πω κάτι το οποίο είναι, μην το εκλάβετε ως θεολογικό. Μου έλεγε μια κυρία, το εγγόνι είναι το τελευταίο δώρο του Θεού στον άνθρωπο. Λοιπόν, αν εκλαμβάνεις τους συνταξιούχους ως παππούδες και γιαγιάδες, έχουν άμεση επαφή με το μέλλον. Έχουν πολύ μεγάλο ενδιαφέρον
ωραίο
για
αυτό,
το μέλλον.
πολύ ωραίο. Τώρα, επειδή έγινε παππούς ο Βαγγέλης και επειδή σε λίγο θα γίνει παππούς και ο Σταύρος Ανδρεάδης, λοιπόν, που είναι και τόσο ενεργή βέβαια, νομίζω ήταν το καλύτερο για να κλείσουμε. Εγώ να ευχαριστήσω για μια ακόμα φορά όλους εσάς, πρώτον, τους συνομιλητές μας που ήρθανε πολλοί από αυτούς από πολύ μακριά, με πολύ βεβαρημένα προγράμματα, αλλά μας κάναν την τιμή και τη χαρά να τους έχουμε κοντά μας. Τον Βαγγέλη Βενιζέλο, που όσες φορές και αν τα πει, βρίσκει έναν τρόπο να κρατά το ενδιαφέρον. Και βέβαια τον ήρωα της ημέρας, Παύλο Τσίμα, ο οποίος από τον πρωί προείδρευσε με υποδειγματικό τρόπο.
Ήμουν πολύ τυχερός, διότι παρακολούθησα πιο ενεργά από ότι αν ήμουν απλός ακροατής, μια πολύ ενδιαφέρουσα συζήτηση από το πρωί.
Λοιπόν, ο Παύλος μου εκμυστηρεύτηκε ότι ερχόταν ως εγγονός του παππού του στη Θεσσαλονίκη επί χρόνια και μεγάλωσε 25 χρόνια καλοκαίρια στο Μαρμαρά. Ο παππούς του δικαστής εδώ στην Θεσσαλονίκη. Λοιπόν, σας ευχαριστώ όλους πολύ. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ, κύριε Ανδρεάδη. Ευχαριστούμε την πολιτιστική, κύριε Σκουρή, κύριε Κούβελα και λοιποί προύχοντες και εκλεκτά μέλη της Θεσσαλονίκης μας. Να ανανεώσουμε το ραντεβού μας για του χρόνου στο 14ο Συμπόσιο Θεσσαλονίκης τον Νοέμβριο του 2026.